What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I gotta tell it to me right, we're going down.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Oh, what did I do? That's what I did. Welcome, everyone. We're back twice in one day. That's not actually unusual for me, but it's unusual for a Wednesday. Today we talked earlier. We talked politics. Tonight we're going to talk relationships and women and all of that sort of thing. And conveniently, our friends Glenn and Speakeasy are over there right now, debating, if you want to call it that, with some feminists. As we all know, feminists generally do not actually debate; they just resort to spurging out, really. And nobody likes that. It's a it's not a good look for anyone, but that's what's going to end up happening. I'm calling it in advance. So just look for the spurg and the copium. Look for the spurg and the copium tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have not been here before, welcome. I am Grid One. I have, I don't know. I'm just an old guy up here talking about life, relationships, that sort of thing. I've been working on my audio all day with Glenn. Glenn and I have been just jacking around with various things. If I have bad audio, someone let me know, and I'll take care of it. But right now, it should be pretty good. But like I say, man, I've had it. I've tried like 20 different things today, just seeing what they would do. Not that I had a problem before, but just being a dude. So just trying to try new stuff. Never a dull moment. So anyway, so normally we would have Kat here tonight, but Kat is still apparently on vacation with her family, so she will not be here tonight. I've dropped the links to a couple of other people. If somebody would like to come up and talk on the stage, you're welcome to. You will need to contact one of the mods, and they'll set you up with a link, and I'll bring you up once they check you out, of course. I mean, if we don't know you, and they'll ask you some questions, it's not that big a deal. We just don't really want anyone to get up here and start screaming TOS things, and I have to take the stream down for 15 minutes before I can and erase all of your nonsense. So, but if you're cool, feel free to come on up. So, I did want to talk about, even before I knew that they were debating the feminists tonight, because nobody bothered to tell me, I was already going to talk about feminism tonight, specifically on Whatever last night. All of those girls, they all claim to not be feminist, and yet every one of them espoused feminist ideology. Every single one, without fail. Not a single one was, well, there were two that were kind of, there were a couple over there that I thought were probably going to be okay. I guess they weren't actually technically feminist, but definitely the most of the table were actually feminist, claiming to not be feminist. It's like they watch the show and know what to say. Everyone is live tonight. By the way, this is not going to be a great night to be live, because Based Oracle's over there making... hey, Devin Frederick, thanks for the subscription. How did that audio come through, guys? Did that come through pretty good? Sounded good on my end. Or was it like coming through my mic? You guys can help me out with that. That'd be great. Yeah, absolutely. I have a great clip for this. A great clip. Where's my clip? We got the clip. Who's got the clip? There you go.
If I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. I don't really have that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
And that's accurate. That is accurate. It is baked into the schools and the media. It is the air we breathe. It is the water we swim in every single day. Most people don't even notice it. Guys, what I was asking about the alert. because I've been messing around with this all day. The alert is playing, instead of playing through the stream, it's playing through the speakers, which means the mic is picking it up, and it's just basically like, you know, me talking, which is fine, I guess, but it's not crisp. It's not crisp. We need crisp sound, and we'll see. We'll see what we can get there. It's just it's a lot of work to get it right, and I will get it, but I think you're right, Max. It sounded good on my end, but always sounds good on my end. It never necessarily sounds good on your end. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah. So very faint. I believe you, Max. Thank you for that. Good to see you back. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Good old Spectre. Yeah. Even if you don't call it feminism, the entire culture is currently female entitled oriented. Yeah. So, and yes, the whatever show last night was stupid. All of them women were feminists for sure. It's really an interesting dynamic, guys. We were talking about this earlier today on Glenn's channel, where, you know, basically just asking, do women know what men want? I don't think they do. And I said so. Hey, man, no problem, dude. I'm glad to see you in the chat. I'm glad to see you in the chat, bro. We all have work to do. We all have jobs. I mean, not me, but you know, most people have jobs and get everything have things that need to get done. So yeah, with feminism, as bad as it is currently, what do you do about it? You know, I mean, I think the only thing you can do is kind of, you know, if you're going to date somebody, you have to work with them and understand that they're going to have some feminist tendencies, no matter what, no matter how based they seem, no matter how down to earth. It's just going to be that way. But there are things that we can do as men that I think we should do that we've just been told that we shouldn't. That we should just let women have this one. Have you heard that? Have you heard that expression, guys? Just let the women have this one. We have so much. Just let the ladies have it. It's okay. It's not that big a deal, guys. Just let them have this one thing. But it's not one thing. It's like 20,000 things. What's up, Grunge Head? How are you doing, buddy? How are you doing? All right. Man, we're getting actually, you know, not terrible crowd for a Wednesday night with so much going on. I'm tempted to tune in to Glenn and Speakeasy, but I'll watch it on the playback. It'll be cool. So it would have been really nice to have had Kat here because she loves to talk about feminism, but unfortunately she's not here. And I think all of the other ladies that are typically in my chat are probably involved elsewhere in the space, because there's a lot going on tonight, and that's fine. That's totally cool. So fly the black flag. You fly the Jolly Roger? I do too. Best to be a privateer, mate. Best to be a privateer. And yeah, you can't no prisoners. That's what I'm saying. No prisoners. Yeah, so look, I used to think that women, young women specifically, were just naive. I made a lot of excuses for the way women act and react when I was a younger man. And now I tell young men all the time, don't make excuses, right? If just see the action for what it is. And if you can live with it, great. If you can't, if it's a deal breaker, bail out and go find another woman. I actually had a conversation just recently with one of my good friends who we were talking specifically about his relationship where he was having so much trouble, and, you know, definitely she's a feminist. I actually have something really good on this too. Hawaiian CC, good to see you, buddy. I'm glad to see you in the chat. It's early in Hawaii, man. You must get out. Must get out early. So anyway, guys, you can't do that. You can't do that. He was always making excuses for her, and her thing was that she did the thing where, you know, he would ask her, "Hey, what's wrong?" And obviously something was wrong. Obviously she was upset. Obviously there was a problem, and he would say, "Hey, what's the matter? What's going on?" And she would say nothing, and then sulk. You're in Vegas, yeah. Left the hell. Oh, that's cool, dude. I'm actually going to be in Vegas in a week. I think week and a half, something like that. I'm going to be out there for a few days, doing some stuff. I don't even know. It's my wife's gig. I don't know what we're doing, but so anyway, so this girl, you know, she does that. I don't know, or I can't tell you, or there's nothing wrong with me. Everything's great. Everything's fine, but it's not fine. And you can tell it's not fine. And she just basically punishes and tortured this poor guy because he's a normal guy. You know, he sees her in obvious pain and obvious agony, stressed out, you know, having issues, and he wants to help. And she doesn't allow him to help. She just tells him, "Nope, nothing wrong with me. Everything's fine." And then made excuses for women too. Yeah. You got to be careful about it. You will do it. Wife buying a casino? No. We thought about it once upon a time. No, not going to do it. It's an interesting business model, though. But the interesting thing with this particular fellow is he's a sensitive guy. First of all, he was an older dude, and he honestly felt like this was his last shot at love, right? Like, he's an older guy. She's a pretty smoking hot, well, not smoking, pretty decently hot young woman interested in him. You know, obviously they're, you know, having relationships, fucking, if you will. And they were, you know, and that's when, you know, that's what happens. Dudes let sex blind them a lot. Tina, do you want to come up on the panel and let's talk? It'll be a great conversation. But it was such a poor thing for him because she was always telling him that there's nothing wrong. Obviously there was, and she would just torture this poor lad. And then of course the arguments that come after that and all of that, it just sucks. And it sucks the life out of you. And so he finally has enough. Welcome, Angel Berber. Good to see you again already. And it was really obvious that she was just kind of psycho, in my opinion, educated opinion. And so he breaks up with her. I kid you not, 2 weeks, maybe 3, she makes a post in her social media about how she's getting married. She's found the love of her life. Everything's great. Wonderful life. And I'm not kidding even a little bit about this at all. And I was shocked. My buddy sent it to me and I was like, this is what I told you. This is what I told you would happen. Oh, it's okay, Tina. Don't worry about it. I'll just sit here and monologue. I'm perfectly happy to do so. It's just nice if I have someone to bounce things off of. And Kat's out of town, so you know that's the way it is. But this poor guy, you know, and this is what happens. And obviously, you know, has problems. I mean, it's very strange, and all of it, right? To have someone break up with you and then a couple of weeks later just announce you're getting married. It wasn't even a month. It might have been 4 weeks. And it's terrible. And women put men through this all the time. And men allow themselves to be put through this all the time. Hi, Khalid. How are you? You miss her silence. Silence is golden. Tina, silence is golden. So what can men do to kind of insulate themselves, protect themselves, but also be good men? And this is the fine line that men walk. And it's very interesting to me because if you just hear what I'm saying out of context, I sound like a complete asshole. Like I sound like I hate women, like all of this stuff, like it's terrible. The reality is none of that's true. And if you're a woman and your man comes to you and says, "Hey, I really need you to stop doing X, or I really need you to start doing Y, or I need you to really, really communicate when A, B, and C are happening," right? Like this, if you go and lay down the law, a lot of times that's meant very, very negatively when it shouldn't be. So what can you as a young man, or just a man, I don't know how, doesn't matter how young you are, what can you do about it? Well, that's a great question. It's a really good question. My experience has been that you just hold your standards, do what you feel needs to be done, and that's it. Don't allow yourself to be marginalized or pushed around or any of the other things that in general women really do try and do because they know they can get away with it. And they're 100% right. They can, because why wouldn't they be able to get to it? And oftentimes no matter what they say they're looking for, one thing has nothing to do with the other. Why is that not? No, I know why. There we go. That's better. It's really some of that reflection. As a man, you just have to hold your standards, your frame, as some people call it, but really your standards. I'm just going to, well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It was a good show, for early on. I don't know about later. It was, it started off kind of weird. They don't want a solution. 7 kids. I offered to pay for help for my wife while at work, but she tells me I just need to be more present while I'm out working 60 hours a week. Yeah. This is an uphill battle that I think that a lot of men do actually face, is that they're out working really hard and then they're punished. And what's worse is, and I'll get to that in a minute. I think women have to grow up first before we can get better. So that's yeah, I can argue that point. Here's the thing. A lot of women, especially younger women, they want an employed guy. They want a guy that has potential. They like security. They want they want the bills paid. They want everything. And they want maximum resources, right? Sure. However, if you work 60 hours a week, they'll complain about it. If you work 60 hours a week and then you spend 4 or 5 hours a weekend playing golf or going fishing or maybe doing some shooting, maybe doing some kind of thing, maybe tennis with the boys or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what everyone does. It's a real problem, and it becomes a friction point. And what I have seen in the past is a young man will work hard all week. He will do everything in his power to be a good dude. He is working hard. He's providing. Maybe she has to work too, so maybe they don't have all that much time, but maybe she has more time than he does. So what happens is she's stuck at home. We all know this, right? This is not news to anyone, especially not anyone in this chat. The dude's out working. She's out working. She has free time. He doesn't. She fully expects him to be there for her when she's doing that. And if he wants to go do something else, and it doesn't really matter what it is, he is now victimizing her. She will pull that card instantly. And this is something that is interesting all in it's an interesting thing that always happens. It always happens. And I don't understand why. Even if you talk, even if you sit down and have a conversation with a woman, say up front, I work 80 hours a week. When I in my downtime, I'm going to spend as much of it as I can with you, but I'm going to need, I'm going to spend 2-3 hours a day on the weekend or whenever on my day off. I'm going to go on a motorcycle ride for a couple of hours, or I'm going to go play golf, or I'm going to go shoot some guns, or I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to go I'm going to be out on the lake by myself. And when you say that to her, she'll be like, yeah, that makes total sense. You need your time. But in practice, she's going to fillet you every single time. Guaranteed. 100%. And I've watched this over and over. I can't tell you the number of young men that I have hired and fired. And I fired several of them because they would be, 5 o'clock would come and say lunchtime, the shop, whoever the shop manager goes out and he says, hey, so-and-so, I need you and one other guy to work 3 hours overtime tonight. And dude's like, hell yeah, man. I'll do it. I'll be here till late. No problem. And then he calls his girlfriend. Hey, baby, what's up? Yeah, listen, I'm going to work. I got to be at work till 8 tonight. I'm not going to get off at 5. I'm sorry. I know, I was going to come home and everything. If you could just hold dinner for me, I'll be there. It'll be cool. It's fine. What happens next is almost always a massive argument about how he doesn't care about her, even though he's working harder to make more money for them both. It's crazy. And I've watched it happen over and over and over. Everyone needs to grow up before pursuing relationships. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I mean, that's accurate. I thought the reflection off my glasses was better, but maybe not. The thing is that I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I have not boggled open the day. I need to go fly, though. I really do actually need to go fly. All of my male married friends have their wives as stay-at-home mothers, except for one. He is a stay-at-home dad because his wife is active military. You, sir, are a legend. We've established that Angel Berber is, in fact, a legend. The growing up before doesn't necessarily work out well. Sometimes growing up with the one you marry has benefits. That's actually very true. And this is we go back to the same old tripe that I always say about how if you are not married before years, 22, 23, don't get married because it's harder to grow up together because you already got a bunch of bad habits and you shouldn't do that. So the feminists last night on whatever were very interesting. We had the female dating coach, and kind of why I got into all of this dating stuff to start with is because the female dating coach was weird to me. Now, I did leave before they let her spew, but I went to bed before they let her spew a bunch of her nonsense. But pretty much everything she said in the beginning was feminist and not very good, not very good faith. Hey, Michelle, would you like to come up and chat? Or are you still not feeling very well? Yeah. I think I don't think they're together anymore, Michelle, but I don't know. Michelle, if you'd like to come up, that'd be great. If you're still feeling bad, I totally understand. And I will just continue to monologue. No problem. The female dating coach was interesting. Pretty much everything she said was some form of feminism. and she was trying to craft it into this. She's trying to craft it into not feminism, but it wasn't working. That's okay, Michelle. Look, if you feel yucky, you feel yucky. It's totally cool. I'm just, with the mass amount of things going on all across the internet tonight, I'm down. Well, and obviously, Kat is still out of town, so I don't have my co-host here to jabber with. So, but yeah, if you want, you can come up later. The dating coach was not someone that could help. I got that feeling too. Did she say anything during the last half that made any difference? Suck it up, Buttercup. You have fans that want to hear you. Michelle, you have fans. I did not realize that. That's hilarious. That's great. I appreciate that. Yeah. Wife is awesome for doing her job. Someone just part-time to help clean, etc. Be sure. Actually, I've looked into that. What's up, Weirdo John? How are you doing, buddy? How many people believe this? I personally, I do believe that. I do believe that. Now, I do believe that if you've got like sisters, cousins, somebody that's pretty impartial, maybe a little bit of it, female dating advice, but other than that, I don't know. It would be nice to get Michelle's opinion. She said nothing. It made sense. See, when she was talking in the beginning, I was like, what is she talking about? Those are all feminist talking points. Why would a dude listen to anything you're saying? Like, there's nothing that you're saying that makes any sense. Which was it was disappointing, to be honest with you. I actually was hoping that she would kind of spew some knowledge, drop some bombs, be a help, whatever. Who knows? I've had a great day so far, Weirdo John. Weirdo John, it's been a good day. I was on earlier, and I had basically I basically had a great early panel, and it was actually a lot of fun. Sorry, guys, I just somebody is messaging me, and I don't know where it is. There it is. Anyway, so yeah, it was a kind of a it was kind of a yeah. So, sorry, guys, that was bad TV. It was really, really bad TV. But yeah, it's been a good day. Been a good day for the chat. This is an interesting point, Silvar Ogre. Have you ever seen a dating coach with a healthy relationship or a life coach that had their own life together? He has not. I second this. Agree. Also agree. We're in agreement here. That's going to be easy tonight. So now, just basic female activity, right? What the fuck? $25,000? Holy crap! That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't think Tony Robbins gets that much, bro. I don't think Tony Robbins gets that much. Dang, son, that's a lot. Dude, don't be weird and do gender reveals, man. Don't do the pink smoke or blue smoke bombs or anything like that. Come on, man. Just be old fashioned, throw a party, be done. The gender reveal stuff is getting taken way too far. But all other grifts, somebody should send that to Andrew. That'd be fucking hilarious. $1K just for a video package? That's not bad. Imagine spending $25,000 on a woman you aren't having sex with. I'm just going to put it out there. So, Tagashi, how are you, buddy? How's Japan tonight? Yeah. I don't life coach, but if you'd like to hit small targets with firearms, I can help you, and at a very reasonable rate. Yeah. It's going to be a barbecue, no wussy stuff. Yes. Yes. Maleness. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't clip that. Don't be weird. Imagine spending 25,000 on a dating course instead of trying to buy a home. Yeah, that's fucking right. That's if you buy all the ammo, it's free. That's right. Very reasonable. I don't think so. But it could be. I don't know. Man, what a great chat we've had so far, guys. It's really good. Really good. Glad to see the new people in here too. I don't, we always like to see people in the chat or in the show. So that I was right about the female dating coach. No surprise there. The interesting thing to me though is that there are such things, and I don't know, man. It does seem it. I mean, it kind of seems counterintuitive to be a dating coach. I mean, it's to be any kind of life coach like that. You just have to be able to sell so much. Michelle, they are good people. I have really the great. Well, first of all, we get rid of anybody we don't like. They don't hang around too long. Where they're like Jack, and they're just like, he's a good dude. He just spurgs out sometime. You just have to give him a couple of days. He'll sort himself out. But yeah, we try and be good people. I mean, we're a little judgy, but don't worry about that. We're only judging you because we like you. If we didn't like you, we wouldn't care. So. But what other, I wonder how the feminist debate is going. So I'm wondering kind of how they're going. I bet they're barely through opening statements because they all have to argue back and forth. Michelle, by the way, I don't know if you saw it, but I really gave you props the other day for stepping up and, having that kind of impromptu debate with Andrew. That was gold. That was great. And really was well done. I didn't have to really do anything. I didn't have to yell at anybody. You guys were pleasant. And, Andrew laughed a lot, which was good. That was funny. Right. Yeah. He doesn't want any people saying the real shit. It was good stuff, Michelle. It really was. So I don't really like talking about BO, but he's a weird dude, and I'm done with him. So I only did mention it earlier because it's part of the entire thing tonight. Everybody's streaming, man. Yeah. That's true. Michelle didn't back out. She didn't freak out. She didn't spurg too much. I'm kidding. Yeah, Michelle, she did well. She really did actually do well. Not kidding, even a little bit. And Andrew, and so the thing is Andrew always just basically returns the energy that's directed at him. So if you're cool with Andrew, he's going to be cool with you. Obviously, he can be loud. He is direct, so you need to be prepared for that. And he will laugh in your face, which is really hilarious, which I like. I like that a lot. I really am out of feminist talking points, to be honest with you. Just feminism bad. There is no good. I can't think of any. Can anyone in the chat, I don't care who it is, give me one positive thing about feminism in society? There's something positive. I don't. Whoops! I keep hitting the mic, guys. I'm really sorry about that. So, but yeah, I actually am looking forward to a formal debate. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that is a positive thing. I will give you that. That's right. That's the only benefit that I can see to feminism is that impossible. Is that it did give men easier access to sex with women they normally wouldn't have sex with. So, yeah, I'm positive I don't support feminism. That's funny. I don't think Michelle is a feminist. Michelle, are you a feminist? I was wondering about that. So, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Well, we can probably put this subject to bed. I don't even have to debate on it for an hour. It's very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So my youngest son, he's 3. He kind of freaked my wife out tonight because he apparently did not like something she said or did. So he just walked out the front door. He was like, what did he want? He wanted to go some. Oh, so they went to this one place and he wanted to go back there and she said no. So he just opened the front door and walked out. He's 3 years old. He's just walking out. He's going to walk back all by himself. That dude is he's going to be a dude. I think most women under 45 are feminists by product environment. Yes, I think so. But I think I love men in general. I think what you mean is I think I love men in general too much to assert myself over them, I think is what you're trying to say. I don't know. Not to assert myself, yeah. So, yeah. No, my son's 3 years old, bro. He was just going to walk back. He's like, I'm no fear at all. I'm just going to walk over here. And he's like, I'm going back. And my wife was like, where'd he go? He's out in the front yard, getting ready to walk down the street. It was very funny. So, yeah. Impressive. It does sound like teenager behavior, but he's 3. I'm not listening to mom. That was awesome. I'm not listening to mom. I'm going to go do what I want. So, oh man, I apparently have something on my hands that are so. Yeah, he probably will be. My other son's kind of like me, not 100% like me. I've got something on my hands that's irritating my eyes. All right. Yeah, I wish I had actually. I kind of wish I had started earlier and maybe worked harder at it, or just cared more about having them to start. But the it's very good being a dad. Like I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it other than that, being a dad is like awesome. Like I don't know how anybody could suck at it because it's such a cool job. Yeah. That's sorry to hear that, man. But he does listen to me. That's the thing, is that and he knows it. So he purposefully works his way around to mom, grandpa, and grandma rather than deal with me directly. So that's very true. Kids are hard, but so worth it. Absolutely. Absolutely. The hard part comes when they are teenagers, because up until that point, they're pretty cool, but yeah, that's it. That's the best thing, man. Grandkids to play with is rules. It's the best. It's very good. It's very cool. Yeah. You know, it's not just purpose. It's hard to explain, really, but it's, for me at least, I can't speak to anybody else, but for me at least, I've always been kind of a teacher, kind of an instructor. I've always been willing to help people learn, and I'm always learning myself. So having a son, now 2 sons, to teach and to show things to, and to ensure that I'm guiding them in the right direction through life, is, I can't even tell you how much purpose and perspective, angels, right? Perspective that it grants you. It's really an interesting change, really. Even from, being, being an instructor, or being a teacher, or being like I owned companies or businesses, and I was working with young men and teaching them to be better young men, because that's what I do. But it was really interesting. Very, very interesting. I have no idea, but I think so. I think initially it's easier, because I think daughters are a little easier. They're easier to get focused in school. They're easier to kind of guide initially. But I think I think it diverges, right? Like, once there's a crossover point where the girls stop listening to everybody except their friends, and the guys, at least my boys, my teenager who's 14, he left for Canada this morning to go to do the northern tier with the Boy Scouts, and he will absolutely argue with me. He is very stubborn. He thinks he knows better than I do, and all of these things. And that's totally cool, except that he's 14. And sometimes I have to pull him back and say, hey, man, I would love to let you make this mistake and fall on your ass, but I can't let you do that. I'm your dad. And on the other side of that, my youngest son is definitely going to be the adventurer. He has no fear. Neither one of them really have a lot of fear, to be honest with you. Oldest called today, had a major financial issue, didn't want me to fix it, didn't want money, just wanted advice on the best way to deal with it. It is nice to still be needed when they get older. That is awesome. So here's the thing about my oldest boy, and I don't know if I've told the story before, but so ever since he was little, I've always addressed my son as Mr. Aiden. His name's Aiden. So Mr. Aiden, he's Mr. He's young man. He was never boy. He was never little guy. I never really had any pet names for him, because he's smart enough to understand that he's not a little boy. And if you treat him like a little boy, he acts like a little boy. So he's always been kind of a little older than his classmates, right? In some ways. But the really interesting thing is it is never the case that people do not remark on how polite he is. He is yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, without a fault. He does not talk back to his instructors or teachers. He does not show anger when he is corrected. We were shooting the state championship last week, or a week and a half ago, and he was, you know, he didn't have a lot of time behind the gun that he was using, and he just really wasn't having a great. He had a great match for him, but he wasn't having the match he wanted to have and what he thought he should have. And you could see when he would miss, you know, he'd miss, and he'd drop the gun down, and he'd look and figure out why, you know, he's calibrating. Why did I miss? What did I do wrong? Was it me? Was I just slow on the gun? Did the bird dip? Was there some wind? He would evaluate why, and then he would just start his make ready process again, and then he would shoot the next round. And that was amazingly mature to watch. I mean, amazingly mature, because there were other kids that were older than him that would miss, and they would throw their shells on the ground. They were stomping around. They were, you know, doing a head roll thing. All of the things that kids do that are just not cool. My son didn't do really any of them at all. And so the other thing that we've always done is made him very well aware of what money is and how important money is. And when he was about, so he would have been in 3rd grade, and he went to summer camp. So he's what? 3rd grade's like 8, you know, I think. So he goes to summer camp, and at the summer camp, at the end of the week on Friday, they all get to walk down to this little country store and buy an RC Cola and a moon pie or ice cream or whatever. They get a treat. It's kind of a tradition. They do it every summer camp. They do it. It's just something that gets done. Well, the first week that he went to summer camp on Friday, he didn't tell me that he needed money. He got the money from Grandpa. And I found out about it, and I'm like, why did you do that? You need to ask Mom or I for money. Do not go to Grandma or Grandpa for money. That's not the right procedure. I don't want you doing that. I don't want you to get in the habit of doing that. And he said, okay. So the next week, Friday comes, and he hasn't asked me for the money, but I'm sitting here waiting on, and we're driving over to take him to summer camp. And I just casually ask, hey, man, you know, it's Friday, right? Yep. Got your money for your treat, for your hike today? Yes, sir. Really? Where'd you get it? It's my money. And he pulled out, I took a picture of it. I don't have it. It's on my phone. He pulls out 3 wrinkled ass ones and a handful of pie. He had actually $6 instead of $5. They were supposed to only bring 5, but he brought 6. And he had the money that he had squirreled away, he had these ones, and he had a bunch of quarters, had a whole handful of change. And I was so proud at that moment. I can't even tell you. This is an 8-year-old who saved his own money for his own treat. Right. So fast forward till today. He left for Canada this morning. Obviously, he needs cash, you know, to buy snacks and stuff. We gave him some. That was just part of the deal. But the really interesting thing to me was he had money saved and set aside. Cash money. Not as much as he needed, but he had some. And then he has an entire box upstairs of nothing but quarters and dimes and maybe some nickels in there. But mostly it's quarters where he's just saved every time he gets change, he puts it in that box. It's crazy. And he never spends his own money. He will never spend his own money unless it's something that he really wants. If it's something that he needs, he knows Mom and Dad are going to buy it for him. He's not going to spend his money. He's 14 years old. He's 14. He's already calculating what type of job he needs to be able to afford the gas and insurance for whatever car we allow him to drive when he turns 16 in 2 years. This is amazing. These are amazing traits. But you have to understand, too, that I've been the one raising my son largely. Now, his grandparents helped, and my wife helps. But I do most of the raising of my son, and he has been taught all of this stuff along the way. And so he's not he's very purposeful in what he does. And he's not he's not exactly like me, and he's not exactly like his mom. He's a kind of an interesting mix. But he can be very stoic. He can be very he can be very funny, but mostly he's just very quiet, unless he's goofing off. Welcome back, Ogoli. Ogoli. Good to see you. Good to see you, Devin. How are you, sir? How are? We'll talk about that SIG now. I meant to earlier, but you got away from me. That's okay. But I'm doing everything possible that I can do without being an overbearing tyrant of a dad to raise my sons correctly. And one of the things that's been very, very instrumental in that process is I've told them, things about women. And I don't know if Michelle will agree with this. I don't know if she's still in the chat. But Clover Tech's into the whiskey early tonight. And a few years ago, I told my son that I didn't care what else happened, but there were a couple of rules he needed to remember. Number one was he was never to be alone with a little girl, and really never to be alone with two little girls, because they'll lie to cover for each other. Never, never, ever, never be alone with little girls, because little girls lie, and and some of them really seem to like to get young men into trouble, and he didn't need that. He didn't believe me. He did not believe me. So he was on the bus one day, riding it back from his school, and he had an app on his phone that allowed him to modify digital machine guns, like take Uzis and increase and decrease cyclet rate of fire, and it would then run the test on it, and it would show the difference in handling and all of that. And it was a really interesting app that was really kind of taught you a bunch of engineering stuff, but in a fun way, using firearms. I didn't see a problem with this app, but these little girls, for whatever reason, they decided to complain, and they said that he was pointing his phone at them like a gun, which was not true. And they took pictures of him pointing it out doing the running the cyclic thing and just kind of like pointing it out the window or whatever, and got him into trouble. And of course, the school was like, yeah, we've got procedures here. We got to go through the procedures, but we understand your son's not a psycho or anything. And I'm like, yeah. And fast forward to today, he shoots on their trap team or skeet team. So anyway, revolvers, you. Yeah, moral of the story, women are evil from a very young age. Never, ever allow your young men to be alone with young women. They will lie. Just facts. Just fact of the matter. Don't. Devin. No revolvers. Revolvers are cool, but they're not that cool. And the biggest problem is they don't hold enough bullets, and you might miss. So, the SIG P320 is okay. It's an okay gun, as long as you're willing to spend a lot of money on it fixing it. I've not had any SIGs, P320s, out of the box where the barrels were that great. And they shot out really pretty fast. Now M&P barrel, I used to think M&P barrels were the worst because you could get a really good one, but most of the time you got a mediocre to really bad one. It's a pistol. Most guys don't shoot pistols out past 7 yards, so who cares? Why is that? It doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. But if you want to hit something out at 50 yards, it matters. And the P320, you're gonna if you buy a P320, plan on the trigger sucks, so plan on fixing that. That's pretty easy, honestly. Some springs, not much, and the plan on probably investing in a barrel. Tagashi Cat's on vacation still. She'll be back in a few days, I think. Yeah, they can do it. They can. That's all I'm going to say. They can. They can do it. So can my semi-autos, especially in the 1911s. I do like to say I have a P320 that's like super modified, raced out, super cool kit gun. And it's a great gun. But I have not seen that. I'll have to look it up. I may have to Google. Making me Google, man. Making me Google. But I shoot wheel guns for fun. I don't shoot them for like anything else. Made in Dallas, Texas. Neat. Yeah. That's cool stuff. So since I've got kind of a lull here, Michelle, are you feeling like coming up and having some conversation? Are you feeling better? Are you still with us? She may have left. You know, all the man prattle may have gotten to her. Do we have any? Well, I guess Edie's probably still in here. Arthrodia is not here. Dorks. I don't see any dorks. The dorks are all over there listening to Based Oracle claim that he won the debate with Andrew. That's literally, it's Based Oracle's the Biden of our world today. That's what we got going on. Of course he won. Why wouldn't he win? Huh. Yeah, suck me off into the gun topic. I like Henry. He really is. I'm not kidding. I think who had the picture of it? It was it's hang on. I just saw it. Only dorks listen to Andrew. Oh no, Andrew's awesome, dude. Andrew's this genre where I guess we're all dorks because we all listen to him. You're not going to like my opinion on Nighthawk. So if you're going to buy a custom and you can afford it, my personal opinion is if Dawson will make you one, Dawson is about as best you can get. Which I don't think they actually make them anymore. I don't think they make guns anymore. And then you just got to go to custom shops, like real custom shops like Brazos, which I don't know if they build single stacks anymore. Hayes Custom in Texas, Aaron Hayes does a phenomenal job. And don't get a 1911. You want to get a 2011. Hayes is absolutely kind of the best. I figured it was a job. I was trying to have fun with you. I just, I'm too deadpan. I got to work on that. So the last Nighthawk I had, I could not rack the slide because it was so tight and it would not cycle with like full boat 245 grain hollow points. And that was a 45. If it had been 9mm, I don't know. Yeah. Dude, it was just a super tight gun. I don't know. I have heard, I just have had mixed luck with Nighthawk. I mean, I don't know. Have you had good luck? I don't know. Maybe you've had better. Wilson Combat, Bill Wilson he makes legit stuff. My personal slant is I like his new Berettas, to be honest. Yeah, they're not bad stuff. I just don't like them that much. I really like the Wilson Beretta. It is a great piece of equipment. Great. Hey Dave, how are you? Welcome to the show. Were you over watching Oracle spew his nonsense by any chance? You got to shoot the new one. I really like what Wilson's doing with the Beretta, man. It is just sick, brah, sick. I actually really do like them. I really do like them. But I really like the Hayes Custom Gunworks 2011s. They're pretty nice for the money. And then I mean, look, all of the guys do. There's a lot of really good custom gun makers. I wouldn't do a single stack right now. I just don't see any point in it. Do a double stack. So you pooped in. You why would you poop in here? Don't poop in here. There are ladies present, or there were. Oh, you pooped in at Glenn's. Okay, that's okay. How's the battle with the feminists going, Dave? His smaller hands. So here's the thing. You will probably like a double stack 2011 better than you will a single stack 1911 because of the way the grip shape is. It was boring. I figured it would be. Siege, it's cool, man. Oh, VOPod's debating Eiffel. That's a waste of time. I don't know who the Resurgence is. Oh, I remember those guys. Yeah. You're totally cool, Siege D. Yeah, I've had the exact opposite experience. The 2011s fit smaller. Like my son has trouble with the 1911, or he did until he got huge. But my son used to have trouble with the 1911s, but the 2011s are fine. It's just a grip shape, and there's something about the grip shape on the 1911. It's weird. Weird. I mean, we got talking about guns. We've kind of gone around the world tonight, except for race cars and airplanes, which I could talk about. You'll be driving, so listening and not typing. All right, cool. I was really kind of hoping we could get Michelle up here and talk some more feminist or anti-feminism or whatever cool stuff, but seems unlikely. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I think that's the best thing you can do to that channel is pretend he doesn't exist. Because just put him out of his misery, man. That dude is just, it's so, he's so bad faith, so I don't even know, man. The guy is just so terrible. That I just can't even get into it. He's gonna end up probably getting trolled like over and over and over and over again. I don't know why. I don't know why he insisted upon having. He should have just let it go. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? All he needed to do was just let it go. So I don't know. Yeah. Where is I-Fi debating? Where is he debating? That's funny. It's a stupid way to do a victory lap, to be honest. Space Monkey. What's up, Anson Knowles? Anson, come up here and argue with politics with me, brother. Or women. One of the two. Come up and argue with me, man. Somebody get Andrew, somebody get him a link. This will be good. Because I don't have Cat here to distract me. Yeah. Silvar, you don't want to know. He's literally a waste of time. And I rarely say that because I believe that most people are worth at least listening to. And to be honest with you, you will find where I've said that he was, he's not that bad a guy, blah, blah, blah. I don't have a problem with him except he's being stupid and he's going to get his ass kicked in this debate, blah, blah, blah. All good, bro. Yeah, I'll do that now. Boulay. But if I can remember how to work. I just don't understand. I guess I just don't understand any of it. I really feel like that what he's doing is dumb. I don't endorse stupid things. I do not. I don't do that. Long nails. Who's got long nails? Did somebody come in I didn't see? What's up, Tom Bombadil? I hadn't seen you in a minute, man. Where have you been? Where have you been hiding? No, I don't think so. 100%. They're going to go with Gavin Newsome. Tom, stop drinking. I believe Larry Niven has a law and a. I think you're right. I do. I think you're right. So. That's awesome, dude. Good deal. Welcome, Cold Truth. Cold Truth would be a good one to come up too. I'm just, look, Cat's out of town, and a lot of the people I normally would discuss things with are busy. Cold Truth, if you'd like to come up and have any kind of discussion, I really don't even care what the topic is. You're welcome to do so. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Is that it? That's funny. And don't stand next to somebody. That's funny because it's true. Have you read the Heinlein guidelines? Like, don't frighten a little man; he'll kill you. All right, Boulay, get Cold Truth the link, and let's talk. Because I actually haven't talked really to Cold Truth that I'm aware of. I think I've been on a panel with her once, but that's okay. We will have some fun. So while we're doing that, hey guys, did you see the? Hang on. I'm going to change hats here. Did you see the Hawk Tua girl? Finally, did an interview. Did you see that? You like that? You like that whole hat change, right? That was slick, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I know. I'm good. So the Hawk Tua girl, Haley Welch, finally gave an interview the other day with Brianka, whatever the fuck her name is, from Barstool something. I don't know. Anyway, Barstool Sports. That's what it is. So she went on this show with Brianka, whatever. I don't know what her fucking name is, but and she talked about how she didn't think anything about what she said because to her it was just kind of a crazy act, and she was just being silly and didn't think anything was going to come of it, but it did. And now she's looking at coming into or going on to podcasts across the country. Yeah, Boulay, you can mail it to her. That's fine. Yeah, Barstool Sports. They're here in Nashville, and like a lot of things are now. And you the bot got her. Hang on, I'll give you the link to my Discord, guys. I'm sorry. Look, only certain people can post links unless Mr. Boulay or one of the other mods tells the bot it's okay. If you post a link, the bot will time you out for like 30 seconds. It's not acting up. That's what it's supposed to do, is to keep people from coming in here and posting random links and shit. It's like a real thing, guys. It's not acting up. It's doing its job. I might give them a raise. But sometimes, friendly fire can happen. So hopefully Mel isn't mad about the friendly fire event. That's just too funny. So here we go. Oh, poor Mel. Yeah, I got the signed hat. Yeah. The bot did exactly what it was supposed to do. Cleverly named, that's right. Weapon of mass destruction. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry. I hope you're back. That's so funny. That's so funny. I'm sorry. It is funny though, because Boulay, do you remember how to let people post links? Can you show them how that works? I think it's apostrophe link and then the at whoever you want to let post links. I think that's the way it works. But anyway, back to Hawk Tua girl Haley Welch. She is local to me. I went down to try and find her contact info or something so that I could get her on to whatever, or selfishly, my little channel here. But she at that point in time, she was covered up and nobody knew the he and I tried to get her to appear, but she was pretty covered up, honestly. And also known as Aim Pro. That's cool. I've had the bot. The bot's been in here for a couple of weeks now. I've actually detuned it quite a bit. It used to be really mod powered, but now it is not. The hell? Ooh. Stand by while we're waiting on Mel. This is bad TV. Well, that was stupid. I don't know who that was, but I obviously didn't want to talk to me. Yeah, friendly fire is not your friend. That's funny. That is funny. Well, while we're waiting on Mel, we'll continue to talk about the Haktua girl. So I did actually find where she had the hats, or she has the hats made. I think they're kind of related. Yeah, that's you apostrophe link and then the at. So if somebody says, "Hey, I want to post a link to whatever, to whatever it is," you do that. You do the at link thing, and it'll work fine. It will work. So, but yeah, Glenn and I had talked about how she wasn't that. She wasn't going to end up. She was going to end up not being actually that wild, and she's not. So yeah, it went rogue. It did not go rogue. She posted her email address. The bot, I think, deletes the links too, so you have to be quick. But the mods got it, obviously, so they know what they're doing. Mr. Boulay is our mod tonight. The other mods are off modding elsewhere or taking a night off, and that's okay too. What's up, Legendary? How are you? Good, sir. How are you? Grungehead is here. That's good. It's good. It's good. Here's better than elsewhere. So has anybody actually watched any of the copium session that BO's having? I'm kind of curious if anybody's actually going over there. I'm going to guess no, but what do I know? So still waiting. I really like the Heinlein outlook on things. I believe he's credited as being the first to define being a libertarian. I don't know if that's accurate, but I think he was credited with it. So that's good. All right. We're going to have to start talking about airplanes if she doesn't show up. How many people have read Robert Heinlein or any of the other greats? Asimov. Oh, there's Mel. Saved. Hi, Mel. How are you?
Hi.
I should have warned you about the posting of links.
Hold on a minute.
You're a lot less likely to get timed out if you don't post the links.
And I know better. I meant to put a space.
Oh,
because that's how you can tell someone your email in a chat. I know better.
Right. Yeah. The bot is on full alert for link posters.
So they time me out.
It did. It did time you out. So how are you, Mel?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, actually. I was on stream earlier today. I don't normally do a day shift stream on Wednesday. I usually save that for I do Monday and Thursday day shift.
Mm-hmm.
And but today was just, I was like, you know what? Why not? And I intended to, and I actually did. I had a plan of segregating the day shift for politics, because we had a lot of political things going on. We had a great podcast earlier today around politics and that sort of
Yeah, I
thing.
was listening
And then
in.
oh, you are cool. And this evening, I just really wanted to talk relationships and maybe a little bit of light politics, maybe some financial stuff, things like that. But Kat is still out of town,
Oh.
and then so I don't have a co-host, and which is fine. I don't need a co-host.
Well, I'm
really,
here
but
now, so
you're there, and then everybody else has been ill, or Michelle was going to come up, but I think she's still not feeling very well. So it's been that's fine. I can monologue with the best of them. I can just keep going and going and going.
same.
Grungehead, yes, that's exactly how you do that. And that allows people to post links. That tells the bot, don't time them out. And it only times you out for like 30 seconds or 60 seconds or something. It's not like it kicks you out forever. It's just, it's just a warning shot.
Yeah, and like I said, I know better. I have a YouTube that I don't know. I do true crime, and
yeah,
it just gets, but there's so many other things that politics, religion, children, relationships, giving advice to these younger women that just seem to be wanderless out here. Just, I don't know. I mean, I'm older and I grew up in a very conservative home. So that's like you go back to your roots, train up a child kind of deal. And while I differ from my parents a lot, like the older I get and the more I see what's happening to our great country, the more I'm just like, I really resonated with the girl you had on earlier. There were some great conversations going on. I'm just like, you were right. Like there is this, the far left, whatever you want to call them anymore. They're really good. They're good strategists, and they target, and I think they mainly target the young people, No,
absolutely they do. It's an interesting dynamic that we have going on in this country right now, where the leftist, and I have to use the term leftist because Democrat, a true Democrat is not a communist.
Right.
They're not a communist.
Right.
And so I have to use the term leftist. What's happened is that, or what is constantly happening is you have this kind of deal where the leftist will go in and they will free these women through feminism, through lies. But at the same time they're freeing them, they then instill this fear of abuse by men. So that any kind of interaction between, and we see this with the bear versus man choice, right? Like we see that dynamic play out in real time all the time. Women are saying, well, bear, whatever, over man. And that's crazy.
My daughter did that to me. We're just having a pool party, and she was like, gave me that scenario. And I was like, man? And then she's like, you're just, what did she call me?
Trusting? You're too trusting?
No, I'm like a man supporter or something.
Wow.
I was like, oh, really?
Mansplainer. Are you a mansplainer?
I'm a yes woman. Like, I just want men to like me. And I'm like, and she's like, I'm just joking, Mom. I know you're not like that. And I'm like, no, but we're going to dwell on this for a minute. You're not going to pose just a ridiculously flawed hypothetical to me, and me as your mother not address it, the fallacies within it. And I gave her a big old dissertation on bears and the fact that like men are not all predators, but all bears are. So the thought
Right.
of, I mean, it's a baseless, stupid, it's just ignorant. And I can't stand that type of mentality to where, and then then if you, just from a logical, literal standpoint of a bear, which is and I was breaking down like their jaw, they're like, they play with their prey. They don't kill you right away, but your best chance to survive is to play dead. Same with a man, because they might not
Right.
be a necrophiliac. Like, or you
Well,
might survive, or they're not a
there's so
predator at
much
all.
nonsense in the feminist dialogue. Do you remember like 2 years ago the legend was that you should pee yourself if a man is trying to assault you? Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's came up in
Isn't that nuts? Like, honestly, if a dude is that depraved, do you think that's really going to stop
or
him?
any kind of bodily function is going to sway them. No.
I'm not really sure that's going to do anything. I mean, I don't know. I can't. When I heard it, I was like, really? That doesn't sound like you've got a guy that's so far gone. How does this make sense? Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not, I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't check out, right? It doesn't hit or whatever the kids say, whatever the cool kids say.
Yeah. But, I'm glad my kids come to me though, like my daughter had come to me, and that's why I was like, whew, because, I went on first I saw Jasmine Japar on Soft White Underbelly, an interview. And I can remember I was watching, I was like, oh my gosh, her poor parents. Like, I just totally like sympathize with them. And I told her so on the live that I joined. And also just there needs to be a warning but anyway, for you think you give all your kids these privileges and they don't work and you do all these things, and then that can also be a pitfall for falling into something where you're just using your body to make money because that's easy,
Well,
but this is what upset me about what you were saying earlier, and I don't know if there's like proof of that or whatever, but with the joining there's like a group of them that are like getting paid to promote
oh, that's 100% true. 100%.
Because I was just really deliberating whether I wanted to go on. I love talking to people, all kinds because I think that's where you can learn and like maybe make some change, is just not being in an echo chamber. But anyway, I had talked to my daughter about it. She's 19, by the way. And, like, this is what, I've asked to do. Like, me, I'm not going to be able to just like get along to get along. That's just not my personality. And I don't want to be offensive, but she's like, Mom, you can totally do that. And here's the thing. It's like, it's not something I would ever do because I value myself. Like, I would never, use my body, and she's a beautiful girl, because I love myself more than that. And I know that I am worth more than that. I would never do it. But as long as she's not promoting it and like pushing it on other people, then why not interview her, get her perspective? That conversation could lead to something interesting and learning. So I went on, but I didn't know that. Because that's what I asked her. I was like, like,
oh, did you do an interview with Farha or Jasmine?
Yeah, she was on. Sarah had asked me to come on, and I told her, I was like, I'm not gonna like. I don't know if you really want me on here, but I'll come. And I mean, I can be like, I had a great conversation with Jasmine, but I also was very firm on how I feel, and not straying from that of like. But I did ask her that. I was like, like that's where this is what my daughter had said. And like, what do you tell someone younger that's looking up to you or wanting to do this kind of thing? Do you? And she'd said, I tell them not to. But obviously that might not be true.
Oh, I don't think it's true. I mean,
Doesn't seem like it.
I know for a fact because they've come out. Well, so all right. So the way this story went down, my understanding, I could be leaving things out. This is my understanding. Back in 2020 and in the midterms in 2022, I personally think somebody came into Destiny's server and approached him and said, "Hey, who do you have that are good at going in front of younger audiences and and saying things, just speaking?" And I know that at least Jasmine Jafar and Farha, I don't remember her last name, they've both been on whatever as well. They both admitted, well, they were accused of it early on. They were accused of, hey, you're taking money from political groups to say the things that you're saying, because if you go back and look through those time periods, they were saying very leftist things. They were talking about all kinds of feminist ideals, all kinds of things. They were a little bit out of the norm of what they were saying. Not so far that it was like, why are they saying that? It was more like, I don't usually hear Jasmine Jafar quoting AOC, right?
Yeah.
That's not something you would normally hear. And I think a year ago or a year and a half ago, they were confronted about it. They said, "Hey, were you part of this? And were you actually getting paid?" And they're like, "Yeah, there was that they worked for a PAC, a DNC PAC, and they were specifically paid to put material in their shows that, use the directives that they wanted to
propaganda."
Yeah, but it wasn't like they had speeches written for them. It's just, hey, we want you to talk about transformer issues, right? We want you to talk about men being predators. We want you to talk about these issues and how these politicians can help with that, right? And so whatever. Yeah, Talking Point X, the legendary CEO gets it. Talking Point X. So I know for a fact they did it. They came out, they admitted it. There's some film out there. You can, if you search long enough, you'll find it. There's some video, not film. I don't know why I keep saying film, but there's video out there. You can see it. And so actually, Andrew and I were talking about 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, hey, because I'm at the point now where I now have two shows that are distinctly different. I have the day show and the night show. They're getting more and more different. And although I do talk about politics on this show, it's really more along the lines of relationship, men's advocacy, and we'll financial stuff. We'll get into all of it, but mostly, but it's not as, the day shift show is really, really more politics, cool stuff like guns and, going out and doing stuff. And, it's more along. So if you want to look at it, it's like the day shift is like Rush Limbaugh. The night shift is like Dr. Drew. Right. So that's how I structure my shows. Right. Cause I'm old. That's my references.
Yeah. I know. I told my dad he's really needs to come over here. He would thoroughly enjoy you guys. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I try and be very I think my only good point really is probably that I'm just really genuine. And so I'm not making anything up or anything, and so people can tell that. And
it does. It comes across pretty pretty quickly. That's why when I think I was introduced to this from putting a comment about a person on I think it ended up being Based Oracle's video. I thought it was Sarah's, but Sarah was the one that commented back, and we're like, yeah, do you want to come on and have a combo? So it was like Based Oracle, Glenn, and Sarah, but and then that GS.
Now the band's broke up.
Yeah, the band broke up.
That's what happens when the drummer starts sleeping with the singer.
Oh, yeah. For me, like, I see patterns in behavior, and when you are the common denominator in like several different, it just didn't need to happen. It didn't need to be like that. And Based Oracle was the center of those. So it's just like, and you know, like, I don't know what's going on with Sarah and him. I think I don't know. I don't think I would get past what he did to her if I was her, but you know.
What did he do to her? I mean, as far as I know, he's just, aren't they dating?
What I was talking about earlier with the Jasmine Jafar interview where she had her on. You know,
really?
She had been saying like she wants to get into interviewing all different types of people. She'd been saying that for weeks before this. And she had been doing that. She's interviewed me from True Crime. She'd interviewed the vinyl community, you know, all of these different places, right? And so she does this live with Jasmine Jafar as the special guest. She had a closed panel of just, I think it was me, Glenn, Neo, I think. And I think Glenn was there. And then Based Oracle, and that he was on early, like I saw him on Glenn's earlier. I was like, what is this cat doing back? He is just a shirtless guy. He's usually shirtless, Leroy. He's just misguided. But so him and Based Oracle went live and streamed her live, and we're just like criticizing the hell out of it, accusing her of like trying to use that money for her daughter and just like all this ridiculous stuff. And then they literally made a week out of it, of just making content about how horrible, blah, blah, blah. And then he did the same to Glenn. And then he did the same to, what's his name? Andrew Wilson.
Well, he's been doing that for like almost a month now about Andrew.
Oh, you're a smoker. Who the fuck cares? You're a dipper.
He's a very weird dude.
He's cancer in your gum. What? Like, go be quiet. Yeah. But I noticed with him, like, he wants like this like list of like things. If I am just so perfect, if I eat right, if I work out, if I do do all of these things, then I'm the one that's got it figured out, and I am on a higher horse. Yeah, and it's just kind of sad because I think that if he could just like really find a way to connect with like himself,
normal people,
and not be such a instigator, like there could be some potential there, you know. But I don't know.
I went on his podcast the one time. It was one of the first. It was actually the first collaboration that I did, and I hadn't really done one before, so I thought it was really cool to do, but I was a little concerned because he had done this thing on Rachel about a week or so before, and I saw it and I was like, that's interesting because at the time I really didn't know Andrew that well. But the one thing I do know is you don't fuck with a man's wife.
No,
that's a bad plan. Like that's always a bad plan. And I thought that was weird. And I was like, and first of all, it's low, right? Like that. I can't think of anything lower as a man than to talk about another man's wife. Yeah. Girlfriends. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to talk about how stupid some chick is, something like that. But once that dude's married her and they're committed, that's it. All that shit stops.
Yeah.
And especially if they're in a happy, committed relationship. If, I know it happens. I know people do it, but it's so wrong. I can't get past it. And so that was concerning when I went on the show.
Yeah.
But I thought we had a pretty good show. I thought he was fairly pleasant. I just didn't think that much about it. I told him we'd do another one at some point. Everything would be great.
Mm-hmm.
But then the next thing I know is, everything's blowing up around, that he's going after Andrew, and then he left the server like a week or two after I did the show with him, and then for the last 2 months, it's been just this ever increasing amount of tension that he is at the center of. Like, nobody else cares. I literally could not possibly give a fuck less about Based Oracle.
Yeah.
He's completely irrelevant in my life. He's completely irrelevant to my stream. He's completely irrelevant to my content. There's no way that even if he tried as hard as he possibly could, he could not be less relevant to my life. Like, that's how irrelevant he is. Like, he can't even get any further.
Yeah.
And what I do, my only problem with Based at this point is I think that I think Sarah really likes him. And I think that maybe they've hooked up. It seems like they have. I don't know. I think, huh?
I can't see that. But I don't know. I mean, I don't.
They didn't deny it. Neither one of them denied it in the thing. And I've said it several times on the stream, and she has been coming in. If I said something, she would come in and correct me, and nobody's to correct me. Yeah, absolutely, Jack. I see there's a ton going on, but I still got to, I'm about half my normal size crowd, and that's fine. I'm just chilling. It's cool. It's gonna be 4th of July. I got people popping off fireworks outside. It's all.
I
good.
know my dog is sitting over here shaking. He's terrified of him.
Yeah, my dog doesn't care. But at the end of the day, though, I'm getting some feedback now. Is that me? Me doing that? Hopefully not.
Is it me? Did you get it now?
A little bit. I'll move that out of my way. Okay. Anyway, so at the end of the day, I feel bad for Sarah. I feel bad for Sarah and Smashley, because that toxicity Based has brought his toxicity to Sarah, and Sarah's allowed it to get between her and Smashley, and apparently they've been friends a very, very long time.
Oh, no. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
wow.
I think
her and Glenn too, and that's the sad one. I love Sarah. I think she's great, and I mean I know that but yeah, like there's been times where I'm just like, oh, I'll go to like want to jump on the stream when she shares a StreamYard, and the next thing I know, I see I have a bigger issue with that generally specific guy. I find him to be.
Well, he was actually supposed to be on. I told him I would be on starting today, and I assumed that he would be on this morning because he wanted to be on my stream and he wanted to have a discussion and a conversation with me. Yeah. I've not seen him. I'm here tonight. I've asked pretty much everybody to come up, except there's like a couple people in the chat that I really don't know that I'm starting to feel like maybe they could probably come up at some point, but
I just don't like hypocrites. It's like, dude, yeah. I hate that word too, that SPERG. It's like a Spurg. Like I freaking hate it. But he's the one that's constantly doing it, yet constantly.
He does spurg. He spurgs out a lot. He my name in vain the other night, so I had to pop into his channel. He thinks I don't know all that it was said, but I really do. I have my spies everywhere. Whether I want to or not, I always seem to develop a spy network, and it's highly efficient. Very efficient.
I can read people really well, and that guy, like, there was one night where, to me, I know a lot of true veterans and like people that have served, and like they don't ever use that to be a victim. Like I have never once seen one of the honorable men that I know ever just like use their service
Yeah.
as like some kind of, well, I did this and you're like disrespect, to like to play that card, to weaponize that against people because they said something that you don't agree with. Like I just think that's shitty behavior. And then the whole white men, or
Well, I hadn't heard that part.
rants too, and I'm just like, I don't have time for that.
Before I forget about it, Silvar Ogre. My favorite plane is Lockheed P-38 Lightning. That's a excellent choice. It's one of my favorites as well. Although I think there's only like 3 of them left in the world. And did you remember to think about ancient Rome today? I did. The Spartan in me was looking over at Rome, thinking we should go beat their asses. But yeah.
That was one with what we were talking about earlier, is the college campuses with the all of these. Oh man, if that was my kid, I would break laws to go in there, pick them up, throw them on my shoulder, and haul their asses out of there.
About what's going on? What's this?
The protests, like
which against what now? I mean, it was the Jews, and then it was the anti.
They're all for Hamas, and like I'm like, look at this flag that you're flying. I mean, it's an easy Google translate. Kill all infidels, like a jihadi flag that you're literally flying in support of, and it's women that are doing it. Like, and I don't know if they know this, but to be unclothed, scantily clad with makeup on and speaking out loud, let alone like yelling, they would be killed on sight.
So do you remember a few years ago, there was a singer, a famous singer, I think she was Muslim. Well, she was Muslim. I think that she was Iraqi. She was Iraqi. And she'd lived in the U.S. for a while. She was really famous. She had a great voice. She's very pretty. All of the things that make a young lady a star.
Mm-hmm.
And but she did all of the things that Western culture says that, young ladies that sing should do. Scantily clad, kind of had a mouth on her.
Mm-hmm.
Rumored to be promiscuous. Don't know. Rumored. And I guess she never wanted to go back because she knew that there'd be trouble if she went back, but she did somehow. I think she was kidnapped and taken back to Iraq, and she was brutally tortured, essayed multiple times, and killed.
Yep.
As an example.
Yep.
And her fame did not protect her even a little bit. And I believe that she was in fact kidnapped from a Western country. I'm not going to say which one, but it was very interesting to me.
Yeah, I agree with you there, James.
Yeah. So
did you see that documentary? I found it on Trump's what do you call it? Social media. I can't think of the name of it. His social media platform. He shared it as a documentary about what's really going on over there, and with the hostages and what happened at the music festival that started all this off. Because there's this it's just, and what's crazy to me is these like feminists that, oh really, like do you know what Hamas did? How they brutalized and mutilated, and I mean that was their strategic goal, and what they're continuing to do to women. And you are holding protests in their favor. Like, it is just, at this point, it's like what is going on? But then again, it happens all the time. It happened after George Floyd. It happened after COVID.
Yeah. There's a bunch of interesting things going on. I had something I wanted to finish up on. It'll come back to me. What I was going to say was, so the whole political thing with so Andrew and I were talking. Andrew was on the stream, I don't know, probably 2-3 weeks ago, and we were talking about the direction of the stream and what I should do and how I could grow the stream and how, because at some point I feel like that there's a lot of creators that just kind of get stagnant. They kind of hit kind of a comfort zone and they just kind of stay there.
I'm one of them.
And yeah, we're being rated. Awesome. I didn't see that. Why don't I see that?
What's that mean? Rated.
Yeah, rated. Yeah. Project VO Pod is rating. Awesome.
Wow.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I'm assuming I quit and stormed out with his little seashell in tow. The 3 seashells, nobody knows what those are for.
I don't know. That guy.
That's from Demolition Man. It's a thing. Anyway, but Andrew told me he's like that I comment very well on politics, and I understand them pretty well, and to just lean into it, just lean further and further into it, and especially during the daytime hours. And that's what I'm going to do. And what I'm really trying to do, I've been very upfront about it, is I want to build my platform here. I want to build my subscriber base and my watchtowers. And I want to build this platform up enough to be able to go to the conservative PACs and say, I will be glad to speak on your behalf and get paid to do it.
Yeah.
And, that's because somebody's going to do it, and it might as well be me.
Up with the times.
Huh?
You got to fight fire with fire. They need to.
Right.
Start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really annoyed with I'm kind of really annoyed with the people, with the guys that were, with the people who let themselves be kind of led astray by Jasmine Jafar and Farha, who are obviously nothing but feminist whores. Like, just not, I can't even, I don't know. I just can't even. It's really bad. Really, really bad. Hey, welcome everyone from Jake's pod, Jake at VO Pod. I hope Jake's in here. I gave him the link. He can show up and talk if he wants. How did the debate, if it was such a thing, was it? How was that? I can't wait to find out. This is actually true. Make chicken salad out of the chicken shit. This is what we have to do. And we have to, and I really do want to be in a situation where I can offer my services and a platform that can be used, that's established, that already has a record of conservative talking points, already has a record of doing these things. So I'm not, I'm not going to say I'm going to do it out of the goodness of my heart, because that'd be a lie. I don't lie. First of all, we'd have to find the goodness in my heart, and there's only so much of that left. So
saving it for a rainy day.
Yeah, save that up for a rainy day.
Well, here's what I like about you, of what you offer to my life on an individual.
I called it. He spurged and rage quit. I called it.
Who did?
Hi-Fi. the seashell guy, the smart ass.
I know who you're talking. Yeah.
I'm better than everybody else. You guys just don't know. I'm not even allowed to speak on Grid's platform. Well, no, you say stupid things. All right, yeah, Jake can join.
He's just full of like hot air and ego and just
mostly ego. A lot of ego.
A lot of ego.
Yeah.
A lot of people these days are educated behind their intelligence. You know, they just really are. Like they don't. You can know a lot of like little. Pop words, little trendy words to throw out there, but when you really get into the nitty gritty, you're just like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Like, what are you actually talking about? But you, I had my earbuds and I was just cleaning and working, and your stream ended, and you sent everybody over to somebody named, I think
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob.
Yeah, that guy's
that
funny.
Was so much fun. I was just listening as I was finishing up laundry and cleaning.
That's what we were dealing with iFi was 100% copium.
Yeah.
Pure.
That's
made of
surprising.
100% copium preserved in 100% real liberal tears.
Yeah.
Crushed hopes and dreams and mineral salt. So.
What I appreciate about you is because you know a lot about a lot of different things. And like, for instance, you brought up the Civil War. And that was very interesting to me. And it led me to go and do research on my own. You've brought up several things that I've been like, oh, I want to know more. I want to,
accuracy is important.
Guns. Love that. Like, I'm all about that life. So, there's just a lot of different aspects of what I think where what you bring to the table is very eclectic, and all like there's so many things. I think I told my man, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's famous and we just don't know it yet. But like you.
I've been on TV.
I grew up in, I'm in Indy, like just outside of Indy. So the IRP, I can hear the drag racing, at the IRP, I'm like 20 minutes.
I've raced road race cars at IRP.
Yeah. And it's just a way of life here. Brownsburg is where all of the drivers' hubs are. And
I like Indy. A bunch of my drivers came from Indy. Mr. Boulay, I am a Renaissance man. I'm a little weak on my sword fighting. That's okay.
But yeah, I think you'll do well in this space, and I think I've thought about it. Like the true crime just gets so disheartening and toxic, and as far as like being over here, I've seen such a need for role models for younger women, and then having a daughter who two daughters that I'm they come to me, and like seeing all the things that they're inundated with just simply because of their age in an algorithm on social media, and just this, we talk about it though. And like, that's the thing where so many.
You are not Jake. I don't know if you know that.
He's on his way.
Jake, you got awfully white. Oh, wait, there's Jake. Yeah. What's up, guys?
What's up, man? No much.
So I called that iFi was going to spurg out and quit.
Oh, and that's exactly what happened, bro. It's exactly.
I didn't even go look at it. I was like, whatever. So
it was so good, bro. It was so good. And you know what? I'm glad he came on because, dude, it was basically me saying, "Come on, Wi-Fi," because at the end of the day, I came on to your invite over there with Base Oracle, and I went in there good faith, bro. Went in there good faith. They called me a cocksucker. They called me all these types of words. Okay, cool, whatever. Gloves are off. Off. Don't give a fuck. Clearly, Andrew Wilson exposed Base Oracle as a fucking feminist, and I don't like feminists. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt, just like I do with everybody else. And I get you, Grid. You were saying, don't give him a chance. I understand that. Now they cross my path, and I like, dude, I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a fuck.
I don't really give people chances too much. I don't have time.
I try to, Grid. I really try to. I give the benefit.
I understand. I don't. Like, you know, like there's a difference though, because like we have Jack out there in the chat. He's just kind of he's at Spurg level 0.5. It's not, you know, he's not Spurging too bad tonight. He's just having a great time. He's chill. He's having a good time. He's having some fun, and that's cool. But he gets a little bit of slack because I think he's a pretty genuine guy. He just spurgs out and he needs to calm down and get his shit together, and then he comes back and everything's cool.
Yeah,
I get that. But guys that are devious and are actually out to hurt people's feelings and do what I consider enemy action. Yeah, fuck those guys. I don't have time for those guys.
Yeah.
That's why I quit talking. I quit even talking to Based Oracle. I won't go on a stream if he's on there. I don't have him on my stream. I don't talk about him. I mean, unfortunately, we've talked about him too much tonight. But that dude just, that's all right. He just doesn't, he just doesn't even become anything. And iFi is less than the bug on a windshield. Like that guy is like, who cares? He's never lost a debate ever. Even though I think
according to him,
I think he's rage quit every single debate he's ever been in. So it's hard to lose if you're not there to win. And
Probably a loss.
Yeah, I would call that a loss, but it's hard to
winning
lose.
is worse than losing, in my opinion.
And he's just really bad faith all the way around. So who cares? That guy literally, if that guy started a leaf blower, it'd be the best thing ever for him.
Well, he probably does that to his boyfriend, Base Oracle, bro. And that was my point to him.
Well, that's where he is right now. He's over there right now, getting coddled and cuddled, and he's getting a little heavy petting.
No, iFi. They're just bullies, iFi. Don't worry about them. They're just bullies.
Yeah, they don't. We obviously don't know what we're talking about. It's totally fine. Lost the debate with his hairline. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good, Jack. I like that.
That was good.
I have a receding hairline, but I have common sense enough to not make a big deal of it.
Yeah.
Although I do still have hair. But anyway, but that's enough about those two losers.
Yeah.
And generally specific, I went on, he was taking my name in vain the other night, and somebody let me know. I think it was actually Jack let me know that he somebody came in and said, hey, generally specific is going off on or saying that I paid for my friends.
You paid for your friends? You pay us all? I haven't gotten a check.
Apparently,
from you
I
yet.
pay you all. Apparently, I pay
Where's
all
my
of
check,
you.
Grid? Where's my check?
What the fuck,
I haven't
Grid?
gotten one yet.
You're not getting
Where's
one.
the
That's the
moolah?
point. There's no fucking money.
Where's my check?
I don't.
Where's my check, bro?
I'm like, do you know how you get rich? You keep your fucking money. That's how you get.
Sir. Yes, sir.
You don't just pay random ass people.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it
Yeah,
took me
he's-
I
about,
guess he was
3 turns
referencing.
to get his
He was
number.
referencing something else. I don't know. And I'm like, I've never had to buy a friend in my life. First of all, I wouldn't know how to do that. I guess I'd have to ask him. He seems to be a pro.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just, yeah. So anyway, and I went in and I said, what do you mean I buy friends? And he didn't really say anything. He went on some really roundabout nonsense train to nowhere.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, well, anytime you want to talk about it, and he's like, well, come on now. And I'm like, nope, I'm at my kitchen table. I'm having dinner. I'm going to go to bed. That's the way my life is going to go tonight. This was Sunday night. And I said, I don't stream on Mondays, or I stream Monday morning. Actually, I said it was Monday night. I streamed Monday. I don't stream Monday night. I don't generally do not stream Tuesday at all. And I did not. And I've actually streamed twice today, which I don't normally do a day shift, but I may start doing a Wednesday day shift. See, it was pretty good. Kind of rocked out.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, man, I just don't have any use for those dudes. So at the end of the day, yeah. Anyway,
I think it's scary that there's a lot of impressionable young men and women in this space that like do, you know, listen to people when there's not enough people that are like, to where it doesn't come up to the algorithm like, yeah, this person is full of absolute shit. But there's so many young people that are just kind of, you know, don't seem to have a very good compass or something, and they just like fall for to and fro, and they're just like very easily swayed. And that's the people that I feel like are, especially, you know, being a woman and being an older woman and having gone through a lot, having 2 young daughters that are young adults, you know, it's like, good God, what is going on? Like, my daughters are not like that at all. But this just whole mentality of just, I'm going to sound super old of saying like old terms, but just like loose and I don't know, so superficial. And I just can't, I don't understand it. Like, I can't understand how any mom would raise a child to, especially a female child, to value those kinds of things. That's where your worth is. Like, I don't get it. And then I don't know, there's just like so much that is just so foreign to me, and it's so ass backwards. It's like an upside down, inside out world we're living in now, and it's chaos. It's like all feelings. It's like whatever you feel.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Feel it and go with it. And
yeah, I don't really care about people's feelings.
Like, never mind. Like, literally the other day, like, where was I? Dollar General, like a Dollar General, and I live in a small town. And this woman was literally wearing, I don't even know what you would call it, because it sure wasn't clothes. What are you doing? Like, why? Why are you so insecure that you need to do that? I don't care what kind of body you have. And she was smoking hot, I'll say that. But it's just like, but you're not. Like, you just made yourself so ugly to a majority of quality men. Oh yeah. By that behavior. Yep. Or women wanting to like have a high body count. I said it in someone's chat the other day. I would literally rather have 50 snakes crawling all over me than to screw 50 dudes. That's disgusting.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, you're gonna get diseases.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I just think it's gross. Or to want a man that, like, for the men that think that they need to have all this experience. Like, what? Bro. That's sick. No, I don't want a dude that's screwed 100 people. No, I'm going to say no.
Yeah.
I also don't want a man that's going to wear a empathetic pregnancy belly because his wife's pregnant. Like, what is going on?
I haven't seen that.
Have you?
I have actually seen that.
It is
that's insane.
So bizarre.
That's
maternity
insane.
Leave. Wearing a pregnancy belly so they can empathize
It's
with
dumb.
their wife.
It's dumb. It's for sure dumb.
Counseling and support groups for men to support their wives being. No, you want to talk about emasculation? There you go.
Yeah, for reals. Yeah, it's weird.
Mr.
He wasn't even at the hospital when I was born. He was at work. Yeah. Like, I don't know. There's just like it's just gotten like, maybe it would have been better if they could like be there, be a little bit more involved.
Yeah, disconnection.
But not like we got to go full in and become pregnant women, or we're not good husbands.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Mr. Boulay from the Department of Numismatics.
Numismatics, yeah.
Let's go get it.
Yeah. Numismatics says this super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap. Try our new soap, our new scent, Grid One Motorsports, or aromatic notes of freshly cut Bermuda grass. I don't have Bermuda, bro. I have something else. You'll say, get off my lawn too. Try tactical soap today. I appreciate it, but I have Zoysia. I have Zoysia grass. It's just connoisseur kind of thing. I don't know. Anyway, that's funny. All right, guys. So how long you on for? I don't know. What time is it? 10:17. Probably another. I'd probably go another 45 minutes to an hour.
Sounds
Why,
good.
you need to go get some food? You want to pick me something up? I mean, you know, as long as you're out.
Yeah.
Destiny is crazy. You're right.
Yeah.
It seems apparent, but you know, maybe not to everyone.
By the way, old Joe, I-Fi was dropping your name, saying you should talk to old Joe and this and that. I said, send him the link then. Put him on the panel. But apparently he didn't do that. But for whatever reason, he was shooting out your name hardcore in my last panel over there on my channel. I don't know why, but that's what his take was. He wanted you on there for some reason.
Well, you know, he feels like old Joe's a kindred soul, I guess. But probably not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is Destiny that like
Blue-haired Coomer?
girl?
Destiny is the stripper name.
Does he
He
have
has a
blue,
His
woman's
real
name.
name is Steven.
does he have
Yeah.
blue hair?
Yeah,
He did
Well,
have
he
blue
had-
hair.
he had.
He
blue
had
hair.
did have blue hair. Now he looks pretty normal now, but he had to because he started going on like real podcast.
What is a
But
Coomer?
he's the guy who's admitted to sucking dick.
Blue-haired Coomer. Yeah,
I can't get past the sucking dick.
yeah. Coomer is basically anybody like somebody that just humps anything. Just wants
The
to.
kind of dude that sucks a man's dick. That's the kind of man that he is. He's the kind of man that
It's not even
has
a man,
an
he's a boy.
open relationship so that his wife can go suck dick, and apparently also she liked women as well, and apparently he, you know, from time to time had to suck a dick or two too because that's what
I'm
she
sure
wanted.
a
And
dick or
then
two. He
she
probably had a
left
lot
his
more.
ass. She left him. She did, and he can't say anything about it because that shit facts.
And not only that, Grid, she left him for a guy in a dress. Like a guy that was like just as feminine, if not more feminine than Destiny.
The dude that she left him for he's
a fucking loser.
He's gross.
He's
I
wearing a
use
dress.
that word lightly.
Yeah.
That dude was like, when I saw that, I was like, is that dude like out of high school yet? What's up with that? But
When men started wearing girls type skinny jeans, that's where I was like, it's the end of the men as we know.
That's fucking funny. Where did that go? There it is. Is short blonde a girl or guy? You know, it's a coin
Teriyaki?
toss. It's a
Teriyaki?
That's a coin.
What you got, Teriyaki? What you got, Teriyaki?
That's hella degenerate.
What can I say? Yeah.
Believe it or
Yeah,
not, he
like I
is
said.
a guy. He's a guy, but he gets a lot of women, bro. In fact, I've
He
seen him
is
on
a-
the panels. A lot of girls like the guy. All right,
Get
believe it
more
or
ass
not.
than a toilet seat.
There you go. So you
Well,
might
like
make
it-
fun of the guy, but yeah.
I'm not sure that that's the way I would phrase that exactly.
I'm just
but-
saying, from what I've seen, Teriyaki definitely gets a lot of attention from the females here on the internet. So
Yeah.
But,
You gotta go check out Annie Elise, 10 to Life.
Yeah. Have you met? There's a young lady.
Teriyaki.
I think Teriyaki, you should know. Her name is Jasmine Jafar.
I've
She's a
heard the
lawyer.
name, but I don't know
big
the
city
face.
lawyer.
roadkill. Yeah.
She's a lawyer, and she does OnlyFans.
Fuck that.
I think she quit being a lawyer. She just does OnlyFans.
All the streets.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure
Yeah.
she was ever actually a lawyer. I think she was a paralegal who, just as she got her past the bar, she then decided to do OnlyFans. I don't think she's been like a practicing attorney very long, if at all.
Yeah.
Who cares though?
Yeah,
She was, you know,
She had like a intern, like a, what do you call that? Oh, it's a name for it in a practice.
Paralegal.
Well,
Yeah.
that, but then when she got her law degree, she was just like an associate.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you'd have to stay
no
in
way
there,
for
it.
build your way up and work your way up.
Funny thing is that she is another IFI. She continuously says that she, like I listened to the last debate between her and Andrew. Andrew wiped the floor with her in like the first 3 minutes.
Really?
Andrew has a habit of doing that.
And
it's a bad habit of fucking wiping the floor with people in a small amount of time.
But then he let it go on just in the interest of not wasting his whole day, right? Like, I've already beat you, but okay, keep going. And she still to this day maintains that she won that debate. I'm like, how many times could you lose it in one debate? Like, you lost the debate, then you lost it again, and shockingly, you lost it again. I don't know what to tell you. You suck at it. And but you know.
By the way, Grid, you know there's going to be another debate coming up, right?
Between who?
So it's going to be Andrew Wilson partnering up with Myron Gaines versus Jasmine Jafar and Farah. That Farah.
Oh yeah,
girl.
we were just talking about both of them.
Okay.
So they were both paid back in the last election cycle to basically shill for the DNC. And so I'm actually going to take a page from that playbook. I'm hoping to build my channel up enough to become a paid shill for the RNC.
Yeah, dude, let's fucking go, man.
Yeah, that's my gig. I'm telling you, and I'm being very blunt about it too. Like, nobody can say, well, he didn't say anything about like that. I'm like, I'm telling you up front.
There you go.
Rule number one is it doesn't matter that I have money. The fact is,
you don't need the money, Grid.
I have to get paid.
Yeah.
Sweet Aunt T says, thanks again. Glad to find your channel. I'm glad you were here. I didn't even see you come in.
Yeah.
Was she the one that was on earlier with you?
She was the one that was on earlier. She's a very nice person.
From the Dakotas?
Very well spoken. Yes, from the Dakotas. Yes.
Yeah, I really enjoyed hearing her perspectives and input.
So when you were commenting on that, you would listen to the Civil War thing that I the diatribe I went into with the two guys from Resurgence or whatever they call themselves. What was the most shocking bit of that for you?
Well, just what you see. I think that the guy was younger, and it seemed, and I was really I respected the fact that he was also. Wasn't that your friend, Jake?
Wait, who are you talking
about?
about?
No, it was no, it didn't have anything to do with Jake. It was the Civil War deal was the Resurgence guys. That was the two guys. There's three of them, and they basically have a group where they're like more or less solid red pill guys, and they don't talk to me much anymore because I keep stripping away the layers of red pill. And they keep saying, well, but it's a good roadmap. I'm like, is it really? I don't think it is. At best, it's a good set of tenets that, so.
Yeah. I'm kind of not a fan of the pills.
Yeah.
There's so many colors.
Well, anyway, I thought it was, because I see it with my own children that went to public school, you know, the lack of history that's taught, that's actually correct, you know, and so it was just kind of interesting to hear someone actually talking about some of those things in a respectful way, but it's the truth. So why is the suppression of the truth such a problem? And you really did it in a very respectful way, but it did lead me to go and kind of go back over and you know, things that I've looked at a long ass time ago, went over and did a refresher just so that, you know, it's good to know. History's there to teach us not to repeat it a lot of times, and when the schools are not teaching
Well,
it.
the schools do such a shitty job of teaching
Oh,
history. They just
awful.
absolutely horrible. It
They
was
do a
really
shitty job
interesting to
while
me.
they're around anymore.
Yeah, it was really interesting to me that the fellow claimed that he had read. Well, he was of course, I guess one of them's related to Stonewall Jackson, and the other ones were related. They take great pride in being related to these people in history, which I don't care who my.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't care. Those people are dead and buried a long time ago. They're only interesting in passing for good stories, and other than that, that's it. But
yeah. I'm related to the Hatfields and the McCoys. My family line don't go back very far.
Yeah, my grandfather's side, I had and I said this earlier tonight. One of my relatives, my grandfather's side, I think it was his uncle, rode with Frank James, and on the my grandmother's side, we had a riverboat gambler who was known to kill people with a knife. So I've got it on both sides of, I've got characters. I think it was my grandmother's side. Obviously they were here during the Civil War, and they owned slaves. They had a farm here, and not here. It was in a different county, but close enough. On the other side of that, my grandfather's side, they were indentured servants. I don't know if people know what those are anymore. They were indentured servants. And worked in factories in the north. They were from the UK, which meant all of it. I think they were Scotch, Welsh, maybe a little tiny touch of Irish, but not much. Mostly Scotch and Welsh, whatever. I don't know what the Welsh have against the Irish, but they really don't like them.
all four of us. The English hate the Scots hate the Irish hate we just take turns. You know what I'm saying?
We just take turns.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is that the guy had said he read all these books about Lincoln, and he was a big fan of Grant.
Mm-hmm.
And Grant was like an idiot. Like anybody that's read anything about Grant knows he was a fucking idiot. He was a drunk idiot at that. And if he had not won, which he did by dumbass luck, and the fact that Lee didn't have any material, he would have been completely he would have been laughed out of the history books. But as it is, everybody tries to dress his bullshit up as being great. And I called it out, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, you're right. He did do that. Oh yeah, you're right. He did do that." And I'm like, and Lee was the real hero of the war. He was the most honorable, as far as I'm concerned. He acted the most honorably of any major participant in the war. Everything he did with honor. And there's nobody that can say anything different. Yeah. And at the end of the day, to idolize or to give Grant any credit at all beyond just fighting for the right side is ludicrous. And I called the guy out on it, and he started doing it. And I think he's not come back because he knows I'm right. Wow. And then we started talking about how the war wasn't about slavery at all. It was about that the Civil War had actually, or that the Southern states had actually seceded almost a year before the North decided to invade the South, which at that point, you can't look at this through a modern lens. The South was an independent country. Okay. Mm-hmm. The Confederacy was a completely separate country. So when
they had their own flag, right?
And their own everything, their own government, their own money, everything. They've been a country for a year. So when the Union Army marched south, that was an invading army. That's the part of history that people don't teach. They were not. It wasn't that there were a few rabble rousers that burned a few buildings down. No, this was an army that fought another standing army in a separate country. It's like us invading Mexico or us invading Canada. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it's a really interesting dynamic, what people know about the Civil War and what they think they know about the Civil War.
Right. I think a lot of people believe just Robert E. Lee was just a racist motherfucker and therefore he's bad, right? But you're claiming like
I
he's
have
very
a
honorable.
thing about this. I have a real thing about this. What's wrong with being racist?
Okay.
As long as you're not doing harm to somebody, what does it matter if I just really, really, really hate pasty-faced Irish motherfuckers?
Who cares?
And I don't want to hire them. I don't want to give them a job. Fuck those guys. What's wrong with that? As long as I don't go over and punch his fucking lights out, which would be assault anyway, why does it matter?
And not only that, you're going to lose out on your business grid if you're not allowing this pasty Irishman.
Yeah, if I don't allow pasty-faced Irish motherfuckers
go
in
out
my
of business.
establishment,
you'll probably go out of
That's
business.
what I'm saying. But like the whole hate crime and the hate speech on shit, it's like
it's all made up shit. This is all manufactured bullshit.
Hate speech does not exist, bro. It's all fucking manufactured.
all it's designed to do is.
I honestly don't care. I used to say, and I still believe that Japanese are the most racist people on the fucking planet.
Wait, not the Chinese? Because Chinese are pretty bad, Grid. The Chinese are pretty bad.
You can't even get into Japan, bro. Like you can't even get in there when they shut it down, and they're considering shutting it down again.
For what?
Although, just because they just decide to.
Okay.
Yeah. Grungehead's right. My great grandfather and grandmother were also indentured servants, and they were treated so much worse than slaves ever thought about being treated. But nobody talks about that because those are white people.
Yeah.
Or kind of white people, not really white people. But
well, great, aren't you white? Like completely?
Me?
Yeah.
No, he's got a little Indian.
I have Indian in me.
Oh, really?
Cherokee. Yeah, I'm native.
So do I actually. I have like a small percentage of Cherokee.
Yeah.
According
I have
to
Cherokee in another tribe. I don't know. They told me, but I forgot. But mostly Cherokee. My great grandmother, my mom's side, was full-blooded Cherokee.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Crazy, crazy.
I am an American because I am a little tiny bit of everything. For the most part.
Wait, are you more Indian? Are you more Native American than Elizabeth Warren, at least?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I do not need to tan, as I am just a dark motherfucker.
That's hilarious.
I am too.
It's Koreans are also very racist as well. But why do we not call them out on it?
Yeah.
Why is it you know why? Because they don't give a fuck.
And great,
to go fuck yourself.
I would make the argument that white people here in the United States are the least racist in the world. This is why we accept everything. They're so tolerant. It's insane. It's a backfire on it, to be honest. So yeah, I would say white Americans are probably the least racist in the world at this point in time.
But
easily,
it's gone from like a tolerance down to submission now. And like I said, with the hate crimes, all it is just a way to elevate a different population over the native population. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Because by definition, what you're saying is this group of people is a protected people, ergo they have more rights than the actual fucking citizens.
The
majority. Like we were saying, it's like, in terms of like, if I don't want to sell you a cake, I don't have to sell you the fucking cake. Get the fuck out of the shop. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Religious freedom, right? The gays that wanted the gay cake.
Exactly.
Insane.
Do you know what I mean?
It's insane, bro.
I think that people don't realize that,
I feel like that people
you want your rights, you have to protect the rights of other people, whether you agree with them or not.
Sure. That's true.
You know, like
what rights do you have?
We all have the same rights, though. Women, gays. Sure?
It should be, but it's not anymore. Like,
what rights do we have? I love this when Andrew does this. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to
go. Wait a second. Mel Cold. Are you making the argument that women or gays have less rights than straight white males?
No, not anymore.
Oh, not anymore. So you once thought that?
No, I think that like I have a lot of with what I do for a living, like I meet all different types of people, and I have a lot of older lesbian clients, and so
are you like a therapist or something?
They're very upset because it was never about like oppressing other people,
Mhm.
you know, and then that because that's kind of what's happening now, and then just the whole
Wait, you're saying that's what's happening now? Are you saying that nowadays they're oppressing the lesbians or gays?
no,
Okay.
they're the ones that are the oppressors of.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Taking over the children.
Well, I mean, we just manufacturing hate, basically.
Yeah.
That's all we're
Well, I
doing is
mean,
manufacturing hate.
you said rights, like your First Amendment right, your Second Amendment rights, whether you agree with that
But
right or
those are
not.
not. Yeah, but those aren't defined by. You don't have to. There's no one that can really take those from. You can give them up, but by law, you are granted those rights. When we generally talk about this, like he's talking about, he has a right to not sell a cake to someone. Sure, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
The question then becomes, what rights do you think you have? I have all the rights I want.
Yeah.
Because I'm the one that controls that. It doesn't really make a fuck what the government says. The only thing they can do is send men with guns after me. So the only rights that I have, the only rights that I recognize as being limited are the ones that I'm not willing to fight our men over, right? Otherwise, it's between me and God.
Yeah.
If I don't like you, I don't have to fucking like you, right? If I do not choose to, if I choose not to render aid to someone, it's because I don't want to render aid to them. It has nothing to do with rights. If I don't want to do something, I don't have to do it. If I'm forced to do it, now that's a whole other thing. If someone is trying to tell you that they are forcing you to do something to protect someone else's rights, that's fake shit.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that either.
That's fake shit. If somebody says, I'm going to put you in jail because you said bad words to this lady over here, you called her a whore bitch motherfucker, and now I have to put you in jail because of that. That's hate speech.
Yeah.
Right? You're granting rights to somebody that's not you can't do that. That's wrong, right? They're not your rights.
Yeah.
And so rights are a very interesting concept. I really find that the more I listen to Andrew about it, the better I like what he's saying about it. Because honestly, the only rights that I recognize are the ones that are enforced with guns.
Of course.
Other than that, fuck you. I don't care. You can have a fucking homosexual loving bastard ass cakewalk right down the middle of the square, and I could give a fuck less.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah. And you can triumph that as you have won, that all of these morons have, this means that we all stand together in solidarity. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean shit. Because I wasn't there and I didn't agree to it. And besides, again, my morality, my rights are dictated by my association with my relationship with God. People who have no relationship with God don't even care about rights. Rights? What the fuck are those?
Yeah.
If I want it, I fucking take it.
They make it up, Grid.
Yeah, make it up as they go along. Who the fuck cares?
But it's they want to be pro-choice unless you choose not to sell them the cake. They want to be all for transitioning kids, but against transitioning kids to Christianity. It's
yeah, again, yeah. But
it's all,
they're mandating. Those aren't rights that they're enforcing. Those are not rights. Those are limitations of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And as humans, we should reject those.
Yeah.
And Grid, more of like what America could become. It seems getting closer and closer. So like that Martin Niemöller's poem, I don't know, the first they came for, that's kind of what I was like going to with that, of where one day it is going to come to that, like in these states.
Again, we don't have any rights.
Now.
We don't have any rights. Your right to free speech is protected by men with guns that are going to come stop people from you being able to stop people from preventing you from speaking.
Yeah.
Your right to do anything is guaranteed through the use of force. And that's it.
Grid, have like you said, people that aren't, very much Christians, etc., they tend to get very triggered. Like, for example, freedom of speech. If you notice the Black community, anybody that's not Black, if you're white, Hispanic, or whatever, if you say the word nigga or nigger or whatever the case is, they go absolutely ballistic, right? They go crazy.
My TOS, bro.
I'm sorry. Well, hold on. The TOS allows the words, but it's like, remember, there's a lot of Black channels.
You're probably just.
I'm shooting off the line because I'm not Black. Fair enough. I'm not a Black guy, but
you're probably close enough. You're Latino. I guess you know.
Well, yeah, I don't look it though. They could probably confuse me for a white guy. That's the case there, but I'm not white. I'm Latino, like you said. But I'm saying what I've noticed when other races use the N-word, they go absolutely ballistic, right? And I've seen Black people that say, "Oh, you use the N-word, you deserve a punching, you deserve assault, you deserve to get fucking destroyed." Sure. And that's actual.
And if they hit you and you try and do something about it, men with guns will come and back them.
Yeah, that's my point, Grid. That's my point.
Again, this idea of rights is very weird.
Yeah, freedom of speech is very
interesting. We have an interesting understanding of rights.
Right.
So it used to be that our rights were backed up with our guns and our weapons.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't take those from a man who could defend himself.
Mm-hmm.
That was the entire idea of rights to begin with. And then as a community, we would stand together, armed, to guarantee the rights that we sought. That's it. Silvar Ogre, I don't believe that. Might does not make right. I didn't say it was right. We're talking about rights. Rights
as what it is.
Is not. So it's a tricky wordplay because rights can be wrong. Right? It's literally the right of some people this moment in time to have more of their taxes reduced than other people. Is that right? No, it is not, but it is a right. So you define a right. Actually, hey, define a right. I really enjoy this conversation about rights.
No, let's do it. Come on, Grid.
Define a right. He asked me to define a right. I'm telling you, the only rights that you have
is through guns.
Are those that can be enforced by men with guns.
Force.
That's it.
You have the right to remain silent.
Yes.
Unless they put a gun. Unless they put a gun to your head, then you have.
And you know who enforces that? It's men with guns, right? That's who enforces your right to that. If an officer beats the crap out of you to get a confession, who's going to stop that officer? Men with guns.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, back to there is a
I love this conversation.
Yeah, it's
good. Conservative community of Black men on YouTube, and they let me in, and like I chat with them all the time, and like they really are trying to make a difference in within their own community, and they're really cool guys. But yeah, there's I don't know.
What? I
Right,
got
throw that
another one.
out there. Like they're not all just like, I hate it when people just like all use all like definitive words for stuff. Like all women are hoes and all women are after your money and all men are gonna rape you in the woods. Like it's just bizarre. Like I don't know. It's not true.
Well, like when we're talking about rights, it's like the definition's like morally good or justified or something like that. But then once we bring up the moral arguments, you have the whole where do you ground your morals in?
Yeah.
And
Well,
morals
that's a
come from
long
God.
trap. I don't want to. I mean, we can go down that way. I don't care. We can do that. But what about the argument for natural rights? What is a natural right? Do you have the right to life?
Well,
If I wanted to, and I could get away with it,
please don't.
and I just wanted to, pop somebody in the back of the head, they die. Without, is that my right to do so?
What did you just say?
If I walked up behind Teriak because he has that goofy blonde hair, and I just put one in the back of his head and put him out of his misery and mine at the same time, is it my right to do that?
I mean,
No, it's not my right to do that. He has a right to his life. In theory, he has a right to life, right? Yeah,
Of course.
in theory, he has a right to life. That's actually pretty accurate. I like that. Chat's now going too fast for me to keep up. I have stirred the hornet's nest.
Yep.
That's right. Who guarantees the Bill of Rights? We are charged with the enforcement of the Bill of Rights. However, we have ceded that authority to men with guns.
Yeah, true. Facts.
But I think that's like part and parcel of why like the First and Second Amendment is there, because I mean at the end of the day, you can call the police if someone's burgling into your house trying to kill you, but if you have your own defense mechanisms, that's the best form of action. It's like the whole thing of like there's no one coming to save you, only you yourself. And that's why again, men's duty has always been to provide and protect. And this kind of goes back to the whole men trying to wear dresses nowadays and all this stuff. It's obfuscation of this responsibility. I think even was it Destiny or it was some other one of those weird streamers that basically was like he was like, oh, if someone burgles into your house, what are you
Close
gonna
to your mic, man. I don't want to turn my volume up through the roof.
Right,
I mean, I can.
just that. No,
There you go. That's
I can
way
turn up on
better.
my end as well. The but it would basically Andrew Tate asked him, so okay, someone breaks into your house, who's going down to with the gun, you or your wife? And your man was like, oh, we'll just both hide in the fucking cupboard. And it's like, what are we fucking doing here? Do you know what I mean? Like that's why it's screaming out for this. Like there's so many guys now where it's like, no, I'll get the woman to go down with the shotgun, all this kind of shit. And it's like, these are supposed to be men, but all these are boys. Even like when we're mentioning Destiny, he's not a man, he's a fucking boy. Bisexual boy. I mean, gay boy. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Like there's, and this is why like this whole kind of like red pill culture has kind of been thrust upon us, and you have every single fucking cunt coming out of the works with it, because it's like at the end of the day, like the red pill is supposed to stand for truth, but at some point they start getting prescriptions that start getting added to it, and like even Glenn was like, there's like most of their prescriptions are pure dog shit. They might get the descriptions right, but the prescriptions are pure fucking shit. Bang 50 women and then you become a man. That ain't a fucking good prescription, boys. You just bang 50 fat chicks. Are you a man now?
Yeah, depending on the quality of those women.
There's a lot there that the red, there's a lot of that stuff. So, Smoking Spaceman, rights are social constructs. He's listened to Andrew. Social constructs of social, moral, and ethical standards agreed upon by the community as a whole, safeguarded and or enforced through some sort of force, i.e., guys with guns.
Yeah, exactly.
You always have to get back to
the men with guns. Grit, have you ever seen a debate where Andrew Wilson, he debated food shops about the patriarchy. Have you ever seen that debate with him?
No.
Food Shops was basically a transformer that was saying that if women were at the top and men were at the bottom, it was so fucking good. Andrew basically within the first 10 minutes made her fucking spurg like crazy. And at the time when I watched it, yeah, him like crazy. At the time when I watched it, I didn't even know.
Wait, was it a
it was a transformer.
Female to male transformer or a male to female transformer?
Male to female.
Okay,
yeah.
So him. Gotcha.
Him.
All right. I was right.
You were right. You was right. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, he totally made this guy fucking spurred out like crazy. I want to show you a little bit because I made a video on it and I don't really talk too much on it. Grid, I need you to share this really quick because it's really good. And Andrew actually talks about the men with guns, the enforcement here. Just kind of play the first 5 minutes or so of it.
Yeah.
And
I remember this.
Yeah, this is good. It was super good.
You have to play it. I don't have the.
Okay, let's check this out real quick.
I don't have the play button. You do.
Got it. Oh shit! I'm sorry. It's not even. There you go.
How I define the patriarchy is like, do you think that basically if everybody like above are all women, everybody in the entire above pyramid are all women, but literally everybody below are all men, okay? All the military men, would that still be a patriarchy to you?
Yes, enforcement will always be done by men. So men will always be in the key. No.
That's a guy,
you just
by
said
the way.
Majority keyed positions of power. You don't think that the military has a majority of keyed positions of power as well? Because it does. So this has to be taken as a collective holistic. So if we look at this, you understand the enforcement can ever only come from men. Therefore, you will always have a patriarchy, regardless of whatever egalitarian fucking fantasy you come up with,
Spurg.
No reasonable person will ever agree to that.
Oh,
right?
well, yeah. Appeal to a reasonable person like you.
No reasonable person will
a reasonable
ever
person
agree,
like you.
No reasonable person will ever agree that, like, okay, fine. Everybody above, like in the above triangle here, and then everybody here is like, okay, fine. The bottom of the pyramid.
It's called a hierarchy.
Is like all men, sure, they might be gun holders and stuff, but everybody here is like the controllers. There's like the master controllers, okay? But everybody here is like the Oonga Boonga low intelligence. Everybody here is like the low Oonga Boonga gun holder, like strong arm people, right? Nobody would ever say, oh yeah, that's a patriarchy, all right? Because guess what? They can just overthrow the women one day.
This is a paradox that you have to deal with, which is that even if you collectively made everybody a matron and decided that it would be a matriarchy one day, if men decide that it's no longer a matriarchy, it won't be a matriarchy and they can't do shit about it. However, on the other hand, if men say this is going to forever be a patriarchy, women can't do shit about that. They can't do anything, nothing, because they don't have the power of enforcement.
Okay.
What's she arguing exactly?
So, in this pyramid,
just
all right,
concede, bro.
In this pyramid, the people below are all Oonga Boonga stupid. Okay. And everybody in this above pyramid are smarter. So they're not smart enough to unify enough.
Just say hierarchy. Okay. It's called a hierarchy. At the bottom, you gotta say.
Fast forward.
To actually overthrow
and the women at the top of the pyramid are all smarter.
They're all smarter.
Okay.
Whatever.
So the women are all smarter and they're in the upper positions and upper echelons of power, right?
Yeah, they're not smart enough to unify.
And what happens if all of the dumb really dumb Oonga Boonga people
engage,
I'm engaging directly with your argument.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
What happens if the dumb Oonga Boonga people, all those dumb low IQ men underneath those
gun holding men,
highly intelligent, high IQ women decide collectively one day that they don't want those women to be in power anymore? What the fuck are the women going to do about it, bro?
They're too stupid to unify. That's part of the hypothetical.
So the hypothetical, baked into your hypothetical, is that the collective IQ of every man on planet Earth is so low that they can't even figure out how to collectively push back against their oppressors.
Well, not collectively. They're just too stupid to unify, but that you don't understand that. So I get it.
I will grant this hypothetical, assuming hypothetically
you know how
the entirety of the bottom rung of the population was so fucking stupid that they absolutely refused in any way, shape, or form, men, by the way, to work together, which of course they're known for doing. Women are the ones who are known for working together. But assuming for a second that we just go ahead and grant your hypothetical, sure, I guess if everybody was so fucking stupid that they refused to collectivize for enforcement, then yeah, I could grant your hypothetical. But who cares?
But what's the point of this?
So in that scenario, that would still be a patriarchy to you? Is that if everybody down here is oonga boonga stupid, they're all men, and everybody here was women?
No, that would be a matriarchy.
Yeah, it's a matriarchy, but
oh, finally, okay.
I guess the whole point is the only way a matriarchy could exist. I think where she's coming from is like, hypothetically, if every man was so retarded that they're not able to even function or do anything, they're just oonga boongas. I don't even know what that is. And they're so dumb that they cannot collectively gather up and overthrow the females at the top. Thus, is that a patriarchy? It's like, okay, no, it's a matriarchy, but that's all throughout history has never happened absolutely ever.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess go for it. The only way there could be a matriarchy is if men are that retarded. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we can move on from there, right?
To what?
What was the point of that?
What do you want to move on to? You still conceded the entirety of the argument. There's no point.
Case,
like, where do you want to go?
So in that case,
in that case, we should make men stupid and make women fucking matriarch. Like what? What is your point, bro?
So okay, sure. So in that case, Andrew, right?
Man.
What would so in that case, right? So why do you defend? So where do you find your defense of the patriarchy come in then? Why do you find the defense of the patriarchy?
Don't you understand that it's a descriptor?
So
it's not even an ought. It's not even an ought. It's not an ought. There's not ever going to be an ought. It'll always be a default to patriarchy. It's a descriptive is.
Yeah, but
you can't get away from it.
Yeah, but specifically in that case, it's not a patriarchy.
If you were able to change the metrics of reality to the point that you were able to dumb down men collectively to the point where women held the shackles on them in high collective orders, and men absolutely could not work together in order to enforce their own desires against women, then yes, I would agree with you.
Sure.
The descriptor would then have to change.
But what's the point?
I already agree with you. See,
but what's the point there? You're up the IQ of every single woman, simultaneously dumb down. What's the point?
Did you know that?
Where?
Okay.
That's already happening. Did you know that?
Where?
Okay, where? Yeah.
Well, you see, women are attaining higher levels of education.
Yeah, are they working in infrastructure? Are they working in infrastructure?
Are they innovators?
Well, you see, towards
pull up the top 5 jobs that women hold. Pull up the top 5 jobs women hold and read them out loud.
What was that?
Are we done with the rights portion of it?
Yeah, I believe so. But do you want to see the meltdown? It's fucking insane.
Nah, it's cool, man. All right. I'm already bored. It's
What's your thoughts on there, Grid?
Well, I mean, it kind of deals with it, but it kind of doesn't. And this is I need to address some things. First of all, I'm inclined to believe, as the founders wrote, we believe these truths to be self-evident. All Americans should know the rest. Absolutely, sure, I agree with you. However, do you know why the Americans have the rights they have? It's the Second Amendment.
Yeah,
that's the only reason.
100%.
That is the only reason. If we can argue around this point all we want to, but the reason that the founders were so smart is they left that part there. This is why that people in other countries do not have rights. That's why you know what we call those people? Subjects. We are citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They are subjects. They're subjects of the crown. They're subjects of their government. They're subjects of whatever system of government that they happen to be a part of.
Right.
What makes the United States unique is that we have always had the ability to enforce our own rights.
Right.
That's the difference. That's a part you guys are missing. But without that, absent that fact, then what happens is our social construct of rights falls apart. Our house of cards crumble, and the libs know this. And to argue any other point is seriously fucked up.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Stochastic delay wanted the meltdown. I'm sorry, buddy. Jake will send it to you.
Who wants the meltdown? Dude, it's really good. It's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Andrew has a history of sparking these libtards.
I just Clover Tack and Silvar Ogre are really like kind of wound up, and I need to get them to understand that rights only exist because we can enforce our own will. If with absent that, we are no, and again, that's why they keep going after the Second Amendment. That the politicians all know that if the Second Amendment falls, our rights as we know them are gone.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. That is the reality that you need to deal with. That is the reality that we need to come to know and understand. Okay? We can say that natural rights and rights bestowed upon us by the Constitution, yes, I agree 100%. However, without the second, there are no others.
Yeah.
And at that point, they're no longer rights, they're privileges.
Yeah.
We're already living in a land where our rights have been turned into privileges.
Look at C-19.
Yeah, C-19, perfect example.
Yeah, C-19 was a great one. And
I agree with Clover Tack that it would be very difficult at this point for anyone to move the needle on the Second Amendment. Honestly, this is actually really fucking accurate. It's a great statement. Genie's out of the bottle. They're fucked.
Yeah. And yeah, Grid, you're totally right when it comes to the Second Amendment. Actually, I had a conversation even with Clover Tack. Is that
again? I'm sorry, just one second. The rights do exist only because we can defend them.
Yeah.
If without the ability to defend your rights, you don't have rights. You have privileges granted to you by whoever has the guns.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Look at where Teriak lives. They can't have guns. You know what they have? They have privileges. And at any moment, the government can roll in and take them away.
Yeah.
Any moment. And it has happened. They had this group back in the old days called the IRA. And they fought these other folks, the British, actually. For a long time. The war was what, like 20 years long?
No, it was the 1916 Rising fought against them, and then because of the pressure from the World War One, then there was more.
But it was a long war. It was a long internal strife.
Yeah, it was. It basically, if you're including the Civil War that happened afterwards, there it was basically like 10, 20 years before everything stabilized.
Yeah, and that's again, that's what happens.
But like the whole kind of like story of like Michael Collins, all that kind of stuff, like he was able to capture a barracks without firing a single bullet.
Fucking Clover. I think Clover Tech's gotten into the good whiskey tonight. I wouldn't want that Ellen DeGeneres motherfucker having guns anyway. He probably choose some goofy Italian-made 25 ACP or something.
No, here's the thing. He's Americanized. Teriak's Americanized. Like you said, Grid, he's going to come down to America. He's going to eat some steak. He's going to go with the gun range. This guy, if you want anybody to handle a gun that's in foreign land, it would be Teriak.
Silvar Ogre, you're splitting hairs in the wrong direction, my friend. I like you. And I like the arguments you're making, but you're splitting hairs in the wrong direction. If you yourself cannot enforce your rights yourself, then you are reliant upon the government to guarantee those. And that becomes a privilege. You serve at the privilege of the crown. That's how that works. Just saying, we can beat about this all day, but we can't change the simple fact. Of course, again, Clover is right. And I happen to be one of those people that has quite a selection just in case I have to arm me and all my neighbors. So yeah.
Like the whole thing with like the Irish War as well, it's like you can do it tactically, but in modern day warfare with all the drones and the fucking not surveillance, but like the radars and all the shit they have now. Was it like infrared, heat seek, and all that kind of shit? It's much more difficult to do guerrilla warfare. Again, like when we're talking about the Irish, it was like the 1920s kind of situation. But
yeah,
again, it is that thing of like if you have a gun, it's a lot harder to go into a village and try to take it over if everybody's strapped fucking to the nines. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's right. So it's a Jake needs an AR. Why does he? How do you not have an AR? Dude, you live in Texas.
I know. Well, you know what? It's funny because I told Clover, like, what's the next gun I should purchase? He said, you need to get the AR. The AR is the most fun. You got to do it. And I said, yeah, that's going to be my next firearm for sure. So that's why. That's why he said it.
Seriously, boys, like the First and Second Amendment is next level thinking.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like the people, the motherfuckers that wrote that knew exactly what tyranny was when they put number 1, free speech, number 2, arms, and if you come for this shit, then we're going to war. Do you know what I mean? And it's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%, man. Our founding fathers, man.
Teriak, you need to read a book by a friend of mine. I don't know if do you read?
Not much, but I can check it out.
Okay.
What's the name?
A lot of people don't actually read books. They do watch videos and things like that, but audiobooks, yeah. I believe it is available in audiobook. There's a book written by a friend of mine named James Tarr, Tarr, and you can buy it on Amazon. I don't even think it's that expensive. It's called Dog Soldiers. It's a great fucking book about the next Civil War.
James Tarr, you said? That was his name?
Yeah, Tarr.
Okay.
Tarr. So
James Tarr. Yeah, I'll remember that. Similar to my last name. Jake Var Tarr. Yeah.
Because they're like, that's often a question that I even ponder here. It's like, because I see some of the shit that the Gardaí are doing now, where they're just it's literally the same shit that they've done with the plantations, all this shit before, where they're just like taking all these people coming in, claiming like refugee status, and they're literally using our own police force and they're literally ripping like local people who are protesting. And I look at this situation like, at what point does a guard use excessive force and then I can hit him back? And even in our law, there is no. It's like all you can do is take their badge and then they'll get back to you kind of situation. Which I'm kind of sitting here going, this is the biggest load of bollocks I've ever seen in my entire life. When am I like when is it like clearly written where it's like this shit happens, I can say, fuck you, I'm defending myself against the guard, and it just does not exist in Ireland.
Right.
So like I said, in terms of
you live in that very environment. Yeah.
Hey, Grid, I want to ask a question because this is a question that I asked.
Let me answer Clover Tack really quick, and then I'll let you answer your question. Legendary CEO, one of, if not, he's really been into the whiskey tonight. One of, if not my most favoritist cartridge, was into it decades ago when it was 300 Whisper. I, as well, was into it when it was 300 Whisper. And I really, really enjoy that, the original, and I like the 300 Blackout as well. Good choice. You see, Clover Tack, he's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. So I wanted to read you a quote because
oh boy.
When I was on with Clover Tack, I asked him this. So I gave him this quote right here by Thomas Jefferson. He said, "The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, as a last resort, to protect themselves against a tyranny in government." And I asked him this: when it came to like our own government, where they're trying to arrest their political opponent, and is there any argument for an insurrection where it gets this bad, where they're completely, and again, I'm talking future aspect, where they're completely censoring the other side of the political spectrum and people, is there any type of insurrection? Is insurrection a right for people to go over there and overthrow the government with our guns? By the way, this is to have bear arms. Would you say that is a right for the people to overthrow the government? Is that also why our founding fathers gave us to bear the arms?
I mean, it's pretty clear about the reason the founding fathers, gave or maintained. They didn't give; they maintained that the right to keep and bear arms should not be ever infringed, even though it has been several times.
Yeah,
and that was not to shoot Bambi in the woods; it was to shoot politicians as needed. So it's an interesting dynamic. I saw a comment, and unfortunately I didn't put it up on the screen. I wish I had done that. There's this idea that if I have to use force to protect my rights, then I don't, then we live in the law of the jungle or something like that. But it's not entirely true, because if Mel, for example, I'm going to pick on Mel. If Mel, for example, is walking down the street and someone attacks her and she cannot fight them off, then hopefully there's a police officer nearby, in theory there would be, that would be able to protect Mel's rights. Because absent of the ability to protect those rights, that right, even though it in her mind exists, at that moment, does it exist? In your mind it does, but there's nothing to stop that, correct? I mean, I'm right about that, right? So, yeah, I'll have to scroll. Is it so Silvar wrote that? It wasn't what I wrote.
I mean, I do carry every day, which I don't think a lot of them.
Let me scroll up. Hey, stand by. I got to scroll. I also missed something. Cold Truth is talking about a book or something she read.
A book. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just responding to Legendary. He asked me a question.
I see. Where did he write that? It's close. There it is. Here it is. If my rights are solely whatever I choose, I'm assuming it's choose, because in the next comment, I think he uses the word choose, on my use of force, then you have reduced humanity to the law of the jungle. Well, funny you should say that. That is what the law is for. That's what prevents the entire country from, in theory, it prevents the entire country from falling into a lawlessness. However, if the law is being abused, you get what you get. I think people get hung up on the idea that these are my rights, they are my rights, they are my rights. I have these rights. Who gives you those rights?
The men with guns.
Who grants you those rights? Just answer those questions. I mean, and I don't care. I mean, honestly, me personally, this is just a talking point for me, and I'm really kind of echoing Andrew's talking points and adding just a little bit. Well, there's, God gives us rights, right? And they're between me and my God.
Country song.
That was the first thing I said, was that my rights are granted to me by my God. However, the enforcement of those rights are
done by
to me.
Mm-hmm.
So,
hey, Grid, have you noticed that nowadays, especially when it comes to the left, like the feminists that want to murder their babies in the womb?
That's true too. I like this guy. He's not been in the chat before.
He gives up duties. Yeah, that's actually a good fucking comment right there. He doesn't give us entitlements.
You haven't been in the chat before. I like your comments. I welcome you back anytime, sir.
Yeah.
I also really like Silvar Ogre's comments too. He is from what is the name of that Discord? Fabian Liberty's Discord, and he just stopped in tonight to see what it was all about, and hopefully he's had a good time. I enjoy discussing things kind of esoterically like this. Right, and I like Clovertack's comment on this. The Bill of Rights guarantee the government will stay in its lane. Everything else is subject to a variety of things.
Yep.
That's true. The government can't tell me not to carry, but a property owner can. That's also true. And me carrying on his property against his wishes steps on his rights as a property. See, he has a really good grasp of this. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Jake. I keep interrupting you, brother. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I was going to say, Grid, have you noticed that when it comes to the left, like, for example, the feminists that go out there and protest that, abortion is a right, right? But they don't call it like, abortion's a right. They call it healthcare or what is it?
Well, they can't call it a right. That's a problem. Once they say it's a right, that opens it up to.
But even our politicians, even our politicians are saying it's a right, right? It's female health care. That's what they're calling it.
Right. But they're not saying abortion is a right. They're saying you have a right to proper health care.
And
they don't mention the word abortion in any of that.
Yeah.
And this is how this happens. You and I will automatically read the next line down where it says, women's health care includes abortion. You and I will do that. Most people will not do that. So you just can't, even though you and I know what you're talking about. I'm sure Mel knows what you're talking about. And I'm assuming Teriak's awake enough to
as a middle-aged lesbian, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He knows.
That's very funny. Fabian Liberty, a lot of anarcho-capitalists, including me. Well, welcome again. You've made great comments, and you've been a lot of fun tonight. Please come back. You will be more fun later. Person who says to another, "I have a right to do it," is not saying that it is not wrong to do it. He is claiming that the other has a duty not to interfere. I like that. That's pretty well thought out.
Yeah. Hey, Grid, Mr. Castle, he's one of my boys. He says, I'm not a fan of guns, but if I lived in America, I'd own an arsenal. Yeah,
I do.
Right.
Absolutely. I do own one.
Yeah.
And I add to it often. I find it ironic that feminists appeal to metaphysics rights while being atheist. I find it interesting how many Christian feminists there are. I find that very. Abortion can't be a right. They say it is right because of the word happiness, which does not mean to do whatever the fuck you want.
A sneaky way of saying
it's a sneaky way. Yeah, 100%.
I'm very interested in what whiskey that Clovertack is drinking tonight. He is well lubed. So, I think maybe not. He may just be feeling his oats. I don't know.
No, he's on fire right now. He's on fire right now.
Awesome, dude. It's been a great conversation, man. Really enjoyed it. Smoking Spaceman, those were not my words. I understand that. You also are, I think you're new as well, or to be honest with you, it's very interesting. He's not saying what whiskey he's drinking, folks.
Let's see, Clovertack.
Yeah, like to what you're saying there with the whole healthcare, and then the next line they'll basically slip it in as if like it's some terms and conditions. By the way, abortion is healthcare. It's the same thing that they've done with the abortion debate to begin with. We're not killing a child; we're killing a fetus.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Change of words.
Well, what
I
is
promise I am not drinking.
Word for child.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you must be feeling your oats tonight. I like Clovertack has been on it. I apologize. I interrupted you there. I'm sorry, Mel. I interrupted.
They argue themselves stupid when it's when you can be charged with double murder for killing a baby that you may have not even known was in there, you know.
That's true.
And there's a lot of little semantics that you could play with that, but that's always my argument. It was like, why do you care so much about this fetus when and to go to criminally charge someone with double homicide, which is going to automatically up the sentence. Like,
That's
that you don't care about at any other time. You have a right to kill your baby every day, but you could argue that that was not her choice.
But the whole like abortion debate for me, like I done this on Speakeasy's thing. So there was like a liberal or libertarian or whatever the fuck he was calling himself. Basically kind of attacked in terms of like, if you're saying it's just a pump of cells, then why can't the mother do meth? Oh, because it depends on whether she chooses or not. Okay, so if it's all about body autonomy and it's only about because this person owns their body, then what about necrophiliacs? Because it's a dead body, dead cells. You know what I mean? But then all of a sudden they'll have more respect for a dead body than an actual growing child in the womb. And that's where you just basically kind of say, well, there's your logic for you folks.
Yeah. I know that like I am very why is it gone? What is the opposite of pro-choice? That's what I am. Always have been, always will be. But I do know that when my daughter was diagnosed with her syndrome, if she were to get pregnant, it would likely end in her life, you know. So as a mother, that was a difficult realization that I am sorry, like I am not gonna just let my daughter die. It ain't gonna happen. She has to get an abortion to save her life. That's my child. And like, so, you know, there's always this.
Well, here's the thing about that kind of stuff, right? And feminists always bring this up. Well, what if the mother's life is in danger? That's a medical decision made by a doctor, not the mother to be.
Mm-hmm.
And they make a decision based on percentages of who's going to live. I wish Arthur Daya was here because
they can still
probably been part of that.
Not listen to that doctor. They have the
not if it's life saving. They can't up until that point, and that's the end of that.
Well, I mean, not in all situations.
Anyway, abortion's boring to me. It's not even. It's a non-issue. I'm tired of arguing about it. It's just stop it. Just knock it off. I'm tired of all the. I mean, we've argued the same arguments for 13 years. There are no new arguments. No, there's not one thing new's being said. You know, it's all the same tripe. What happens if a woman is assaulted? And well, that's a decision between her and her doctor.
Yeah. All I'm saying, it was humbling for me coming from, you know, how strongly I do feel about abortion and how against it I am to be faced with that. Just the hypothetical of that.
Sure.
Obviously it's, you know, not happened yet, or, you know, and the pain that will cause my daughter of not possibly not being able to have children.
Sure.
So it just brought up I never, you know, it was just a humbling thing to think of. And like, what choice would you make about what you stand on when faced with something that's, you know,
there's no choice there. I mean, if you're talking about, it's literally a medical decision that a doctor makes based on what the potential for harm is, right? Like if we do this, is who has a higher chance of living? Is the mom going to pass if we save the child? Or is, you know, if we try and save the child, you know, is it more likely the mom's going to pass? If we try and save the mom, is the child going to pass? That's a medical. See, this is an argument that I hate from leftist is they sit there and they say stupid shit like, well, what about in this and what about in that? What about, well, those are hypotheticals that I can't wrap my head around because they happen so rarely, even in your case, right? Your daughter's a rare case, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, that's why it was like something I never thought about.
Yeah, never something you even considered, right? So those are cases that are so rare as to be a non-issue because, again, a doctor is going to guide you through the decision-making process. You're not walking in and going, I just don't want to be pregnant anymore. It's a non-issue. It's a stupid argument, and it's a stupid way to approach the argument. Not that you're being stupid. I'm saying that the leftists that use this argument, these types of arguments, are always very stupid about it because there's no law against in any state. There's no law against an abortion that would save the life of the mother. There's no law in any state against saving the child if the mother is going to pass, right? Like that. If it would be horrible, but if there was a car accident or somebody fell, the mother was going to die, brain damage, upper respiratory, who knows, whatever it is, mother's going to die. They've only got hours, maybe not even hours, maybe an hour to get this child out of this parent. A doctor will make that decision. You are not going to be involved in that decision. Nobody's going to call you up and say, hey, listen, we may lose both of them because we can't do this procedure. Nobody's going to do that. This is stupid. And I have this argument with leftists all the time, and they always come back, well, what about? I don't give a shit about whataboutism. It's a boring argument. It doesn't lead me anywhere. It's really, and I'm not picking on you, Mel. I promise I'm not. You look very unhappy right now. I'm assuming it's because it was your daughter and you're feeling a little bit of sadness because of it, remembering it. Maybe not.
Yeah, and I think,
and I don't mean to be
because of that, I'm not.
Yeah, she seems
definitely not a leftist.
Yeah, I'm not. I understand, but I'm saying these are the arguments that leftists use.
Yeah,
these far out of range
arguments,
things,
and that's what I mean. The humility of like what. But it is a reality for me.
I mean, it wouldn't even be a consideration in my if my wife is now older, if she was to get pregnant and they told us that it was a very high risk pregnancy, we would probably go as far as we could. But if it looked like my wife could die, a decision would have to be made. And now we don't know what that would be. There are always, in that case, there'd probably be options, but
Grid, can I ask you if that scenario happened and let's say it was 50-50, what do you think the conversation might be with your wife?
Well, if it was 50-50, there wouldn't be a conversation with my wife because she would be under, because that's the only way that would go. If it was like, if a doctor came to me and said, hey, we can either we can more than likely save your wife, risky on saving the child. I'm going to say, hey, unfortunately, we're going to have to do the best you can, but I understand if we have to terminate the pregnancy.
Okay.
If they said it's, we're over 50% on saving this child's life, but your wife is too far gone. She may never recover. It could be brain, it would have to be something so extraneous. It would be
bifurcation.
Huh?
It's a false bifurcation. You have an illusion of a choice, but either way, you're technically taking a life.
But I'm kind of,
like you were saying, it's not abortion at that stage. It's like you're just trying to save a life at this stage.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
This is a triage question. This is literally like if I cut my right arm so deeply that it had to be amputated. That's like asking me if I should have my arm amputated or should I have it dangling there as a useless piece of meat hanging from my shoulder.
But
this is a dumb question.
Yeah, but Grid, like people are in that scenario, and you would have to make that decision. If let's say
the doctor would end up making the decision. You do not make a decision like that. A doctor weighs all the options. I'm not qualified to make such a decision. The fact that we even think that we are qualified to make the decision is pretty fucking arrogant.
So do you believe that the doctor would make a better decision in the matter of like a 50-50, like your wife?
First of all, there's no such thing as 50-50.
It's an example. It's an example. It's an example. Like he's giving you like more or less in the ballpark. If she gives birth,
I would say, what do you think? I would literally say, what do you think?
And you would leave it up to the doctor then?
I would. I'd have to.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I a doctor?
That was my question.
Am I a doctor?
Well, no, but you're the head of the household, and
sure.
I would figure that you would have a conversation with your wife about.
It's just like, do I argue with my lawyer occasionally? But is he right? Do I have to trust him if he says you need to do this?
Yeah.
Why do we have professionals if we're not going to at least have some trust in their abilities? Now, I do not trust doctors first and foremost. I really don't. I don't like doctors. I've made it very clear that I think most of them are really not very good people. Right. And I just don't like them. That's just my personal bend. But in that situation, I'd have a very long heart to heart and say, look, man, you got to tell me the truth here. And if you lie to me, I'm going to know. Yeah. And, but that's such an insane choice. It's
but
it's a hypothetical that could happen, but I'm very unlikely at this point.
Sure.
Your dog just came in. It's time for bed, apparently.
There's fireworks. He's scared.
Yeah. They've calmed down around here, which is weird. Cyber Andy, what would your take be as a capitalist on if the government were to create a law preventing America? First of all, the government shall never create laws preventing any company from doing anything. Government does not belong in business. So that's that. I can't really even entertain that. Clovertack and Teriak, both of you have a drinking contest. I put my money on Irish fuckface.
Well, Teriak,
probably not bad. Probably not a bad thought. Government has no.
I actually don't
period,
drink.
No business in business. Period. There's some discussion of happiness. There's an oof for something I missed. I've been arguing, so I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, you're talking to a redneck. I have no clue what that means. Speak English. That's funny. Sentience argument for abortion leads to necrophilia. Correct. That is, the exception. There are laws that apply very small amounts of the time to certain cybersecurity work that makes it illegal for foreign-based employees. That's true. To view server logs for companies to produce certain things. Yes, that is accurate. I know that to be true. I know a little something about that. Teriak has gone to get his beer, I'm assuming. Do Irish drink beer? Or is it just whiskey?
Well, don't they call them the Fighting Irish because they're so drunk they just want to fight with everybody?
Yeah, they just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Let's see. And they get garbage quality employees. Clevertech, my experience is that rednecks know more than PhDs. A good life as a good man. And okay, yeah, I like that. Every time I step on the range, potential is there for things in badly. So priority is safety, i.e. my life. So maybe the same attitudes applies to protected sex to ensure no pregnancy happens. You're using too much common sense tonight, Clovertack. I don't know. It's the ultimate red herring to distract main reasons abortions. Yep. Super rare edge cases. Yep. But even if I engage with the incest and rape question, the logic would extend to babies outside the womb. Yeah, okay, good, I like that. So that's actually a really good question. So let's just say that you have there's a woman who has a child that was a product of grape, and which is a horrible thing. She carries the child to term. Child is born. She looks at it, can't stand the sight of it. Do we let her kill it?
Absolutely. What?
No, of course not.
Okay, then that's the answer for abortion. End of story.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right? Right?
Yeah,
See, now you're like, no. But before everybody's, well, maybe. No.
No, sir. That's crazy.
But even I will. I've already read that. You guys are going fast tonight. I got to get a chat guy. I gotta get a Nick from whatever to like preview all this shit.
What does the leftist
imagine when you have 300 people watching daily? It's going to be even worse. It's going to be even worse, Grid.
Oh, I had 1,000 people in here the other night.
This is his bed, by the way.
Yeah, we had and actually it's a big annoyance to me the way that it was handled. I will not make that mistake again.
What happened exactly?
I'll get to it. I'm just trying to catch up, man.
Go for it.
Oh, that's fucking great, man. I like this guy. I don't like that guy. I always say the intercourse is a life and death decision, not a frivolous pleasure. That is fucking accurate and based as fuck. All right, I'm not gonna. I'm really not. I don't want to engage too much with the technology capitalism thing. I think it's pretty clear cut. I am zero cool. Just let you know about that. Yeah, doctor has training and is clear-headed. Professional asshole, that does not count. It's fucking asshole. Dog.
Evil's advocate.
Wow, this what you got?
Lawyers.
Zen's forehead. I don't know. What's up, Grid? I'm up. That's great. Yeah, Angel Berber, Grid 1 is correct. You will know the difficulty of deferring to another's expertise when deciding on a family member's fate, i.e. medical procedure to save someone's life. MC, this channel has grown quite fast. Congratulations. It really has.
Yeah.
We're already at I think I'm at
2,000.
Yeah, I'm over 2,000, 2,100, I think.
2,100. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're rolling right along. And I'm about to make an investment to improve it. And that will hopefully catapult me into the 5,000 or 6,000.
Hell yeah, Grid. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. All right. As a bit of a devil's advocate, the baby doesn't have a gun to enforce his or her rights. That's true. That's wrong, right? Right?
No,
I said that, right?
The baby doesn't have a gun.
Right. Hopefully mom does.
That's like the best comment so far, bro. I like that one a lot.
And you froze on that one. That was funny. I should have screenshot that while you were.
Oh, did I freeze? My bad. That was good.
Yeah,
though.
that's all right.
I like
I mean, shit happens.
I like
all right.
I
So
like it.
now that I've scrolled all the way down through there, I'll tell you what. So what happened the other night is, I remember. Yeah, that's funny. The Silvar Ogre. The thing you don't realize is that in my Discord, I am zero cool. That's everybody, because it's just tripe to be Grid 1 all the time. Come on, that'd be better. And yeah, I don't have a crash override in there though, because my wife doesn't go to, and she doesn't Discord, bro. And baby brownings or baby glass. Are you sure you're not drinking? That's just too good. That's fine. That's great. Yeah, I like Hackers, man. That's great. It's a great movie. It's great. So what happened the other night is that we were having a really decent panel on the Andrew Wilson. I think it was a based Oracle debate, and yes, Angelina Jolie was in that movie. Yes, a young,
hotter, yeah,
very, very young,
very,
Angelina Jolie, who was, quite fetching. Go fetch. It's quite fetching. So Andrew was going to. So first of all, I made a mistake of. I didn't have my own stream running. I was restreaming Speakeasy stream because we were all doing the me, Glenn, and Speak. We're all doing the
was it the live one? The
live.
I came on afterwards. Yeah,
we were doing the whatever, the play-by-play, right? We were critiquing it as it happened and making funny comments and shit, providing color commentary.
Yeah.
And all that went great. And then for whatever reason, Andrew originally, I think the rumor is that he was going to send the raid, which was about 2,000 people, to Speakeasy, and he didn't. And then he was going to send it to Glenn, and he didn't. So he ended up sending it to me.
Oh, okay.
This was kind of a problem because I had no control over anything that was going on. And the first thing that Speakeasy did was to pull like 4 or 5 people up on the panel. And then it went from being, I think you were on the panel.
Yeah, I was on the panel. Yeah.
Yeah. It went from being a panel of, 4 or 5 of us that were talking to each other and to being, it was like 10 people or 15 people or whatever it was on there.
Yeah.
And it sucked. It was terrible. We lost. So you guys didn't, I don't know if you guys could see the counter, but
I wasn't looking at the count or nothing. I didn't know there was a lot of people.
So we were, so I don't know why, but between when Andrew said that he was going to redirect and when it actually redirected, they lost about 800 viewers. It was about 2,000 when it jumped over. It was about 1,100, which we always lose a couple of hundred right out of the gate because they just they redirect and then they just exit out, which is fine.
Yeah,
and then the in the 30 or 40 minutes that we had all of that bullshit going on with the panel that was out of fucking control.
Yeah.
Too many people up, too many people talking. We had the guys come up and spurg, and I would get him calmed down. And then that American Nacho and Speakeasy would get him going again. And then I would kind of trying to calm it down. It was just kind of a pain in the ass. And I kind of got really. That's funny.
Well, you launched out, right?
I did. I got pissed.
Yeah.
Because we went from 900 to 300 people in 40 minutes.
Oh shit. Okay.
And that's what. And so I have this theory about panels. You can have about 4 people and the panel flows pretty smooth. Right? You can't get more than that. If you get more than that, what happens is that they start talking over each other, they start arguing. Even the 4 of us tonight have kind of done a little bit of that, not meaning to, but it's just the way it is. And nobody wants to see it, and especially the guys coming from the Crucible. The Crucible they're coming from Andrew, who's being chill and funny and all of that, to a dumbass in a fucking wife beater drinking beer out of a pitcher in his front yard.
Lame. Yeah.
That's fucking lame, dude. That should just not have fucking happened. There's no fucking way.
Yeah,
It
not
will
sure.
never happen again, guaranteed. That was very funny. I will send Jake the pic. I promise.
What pic?
Where you were frozen and you look.
Oh
like
yeah, please do.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm talking about the other night, right?
Yeah.
And you have a guy that comes up and spurgs and I'm literally sitting here saying, "Kick this fucker."
It was hard to control that panel, by the way, Grid.
Well, because I didn't have control. This was the problem.
Yeah.
I wasn't in control. Speakeasy had control, and I think he stepped away for a minute. And I don't know, or he wasn't paying attention. Maybe somebody was talking to him. I don't know what happened. All I know is that there for about 15 minutes, it was just a fucking free for all.
Yeah,
and,
it was,
and it tanked the audience, and I can't deal with that, man. That's not my gig. My gig is, I mean, look at how things have gone tonight. We're smooth. I start on time. We have good conversations. I don't fuck around. That's it. It's pro. Like when I was racing, there was a difference between pro and not pro, and I was always fucking pro. I used to watch a lot of guys come into racing from club racing or from bullshitting around with their friends, and they were not fucking pro. And I could tell they weren't pro, but I was fucking pro. So I felt like I needed to apologize to Andrew for the bullshit, because that tanked that reflects, in my opinion, that reflects badly on him. So I was really pissed about it. So it wasn't 2 or 3 in the morning. It was actually pretty early. I thought it was like, I mean, maybe where you were.
No, Grid, I'm only like an hour behind you, so it wasn't that late.
This guy here was like, to play devil's advocate here, it was 2 or 3 in the morning. Maybe where he was, it was, but no, it was honestly, dude, it was just terrible. It was a shit show. Yeah. More than 4 people on a panel, unless they're really polite to each other. 6 is like really, really like.
I think Speakeasy maxed it out. I think it was like 10, and there was like 15 other people in the background.
Yeah, Easy just like load, and he was just loading up his buddies.
I don't think it was easy though. Like
it was easy. Like, Easy had control.
No,
I did not.
I'm pretty sure Glenn gave it to Josie. Gave the link to Josie, and then I think that kicked off. Who gave you the link, Jake? Remember you came up then.
I don't know. I don't remember who gave me the link.
Well, Glenn could have given him the link, but Easy was the host. We were all restreaming Easy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but remember he asked you, Grid, and then you were like, "Yeah, okay, if Josie doesn't spurg out, whatever," and then it was just kind of spiraled out of control because it's
yeah. Because he asked me because just out of courtesy, but Easy was in control. I couldn't add or take anybody off the panel. I couldn't even answer my own chats. I couldn't show the chats. Nothing. So, hey, Sarah, how are you? I see you there.
Sarah's there.
Streamlabs.
Yeah, Sarah was on our chat. Actually, me and Teriak's chat earlier today. So
yeah,
shout out to
the
her.
big panels are just, I don't know how people could handle it. It's just so chaotic and anxiety, like just like hard to listen to. Because you can't, and especially when people don't cam up.
Yeah.
Who the hell's talking?
Yeah.
Like, you don't ever know, and they're like, I don't like it. But there are some people. I see Glenn's. Glenn does a pretty good job of it on the bigger panels. Sarah does until it gets to some of those people that come on that are just wow. Like there's just certain people where you can watch, like when they come on.
Hey, Boulay, send Sarah the link if she wants it.
It just ruins the whole vibe of the stream and the like copaceticness of it. And like you can spot them as soon as like that Phi guy, whatever the hell that name means. I don't
fucking
like
loser,
it.
yeah.
Li-Fi.
But when he comes on,
Li-Fi.
it shifts the It just does. There's certain people that when they come on, it's just like, oh great, here we go. And I go somewhere else. So that's probably, yeah, big drop in numbers when you got a bunch of people just yelling over each other because they're just a bunch of right fighters.
Yeah.
Don't care about listening at all.
Yeah, I don't. For what I do, I don't like big panels. Sarah said this. Sarah said, I got to roll back.
It can be done right though. Like speakeasies, like Friday night's verbal combat, like that's done proper. But like if you're trying to like debate a particular topic, and then it like gets out of hand like that, then yeah, I can understand.
Yeah. So there's a difference between having a big panel with a purpose and just having a bunch of random ass people up jabbering.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. Okay, cool, Sarah, awesome. Stop back by.
Sarah, the men demand you on right now.
That's true as well.
We demand you on. You're the woman. Get on here. That's our demanding. Okay, let's do it. Let's see if she shows up. I hope she does.
It's okay if she doesn't. It's all right.
I know, but I just want to make her feel bad because the men are demanding it.
But
she invited me to go on to her panel for next July 11th. Something about just single women discourage women from being in relationships. I'm totally messing it up, Sarah. Sorry.
Yeah, I need to collab with Sarah soon, man, because yes, Sarah reached out to me. We need to get a panel together with me and her at least. So we'll do that soon, Sarah. Please, let's.
I do like to do discussions. I do like to have, like when I had you on, Jake, and I haven't done one with Teriak yet, but he's been on so many of them.
Yeah,
that it might as well have been. And he just sits there the whole time with his sunglasses on,
chilling.
Like I said, I have a show, like a show idea that I'm working on, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Once I kind of have that kind of rolled out, then I'll be kind of more kind of doing the one-on-one interviews, because at the moment this is kind of like, who's this guy? Ellen DeGeneres. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you this, Teriak. I think in the panel verse, you're a lot more known than even like myself at this point, Bill. Like you've been popping on so many times. You definitely have people knowing you.
Well, he didn't sleep.
That's what I'm saying, man. Friday nights, speakeasy.
Yeah, I know.
You get all sorts of characters around there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't do that, man. Yeah, I got work the next day every Saturday, so can't necessarily pop on for the whole time. I wish I could though, but yeah.
Clovertack, you're right. The aggressive attitude of this niche can lead to people who talk over each other a lot. I'm not used to that because it don't happen in other niches, and that's part of my problem. Is that I try not to talk over people, and Glenn thinks it's funny because I'll sit there and I'll try and say something, and then I'll just sit back and watch people, and most of the time I just think it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So
the delay makes it kind of hard too. I don't know if you guys experience that, but I definitely do. They're like from when I am listening to us on my phone versus on StreamYard, that there's like quite me anyway. There's quite a.
Well, I just turned YouTube off. I turned the volume off. Yeah, if there's at least 5. There's a built-in, I think, 5-second delay between StreamYard and YouTube, and that's so that if somebody does something really stupid, I can crash the stream.
I did not know that. I just noticed it where I think some people are intentionally like interrupting. There's just like a delay of like even in StreamYard, like
that's true.
Lagging.
Yeah, Tagashi. Real quick, Tagashi. I have a government job, so I'll just leave it at that.
He's a mailman.
Thank you, Grid. Yeah, mailman. Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
No shit. Oh, fuck. I was just fucking with you, man.
Yeah, no, mailman. Yeah, government job. I work for the United States Postal Service.
That's a secure security job. Security.
Very much so. Yeah.
River of Hate. Kat is still on vacation. She will be back.
Is Kat on vacation? I haven't seen Kat stream in a while. Actually,
she's on vacation. She's not streaming. She even said gave a big thing about it. Isn't she the Quebec girl that appeared on the whatever podcast? No, that is not Kat. That is Josie. Josie hasn't been on in a while. Actually,
I've been wanting to invite her on a panel. I haven't
been doing her own thing. She's making, she's starting to make some money over there doing her own thing, and that's fine. She needs that.
Yeah.
It is 11:56 here. So if it's 1 a.m. there, or almost 1 a.m. there, you're probably on the East Coast somewhere. Let's see. This is actually a really good comment. There are just a lot of people here who just want to talk shit, and they will literally just say shit that has nothing to do with anything, and they're not trying to be professional. And to be honest with you, I'm just trying to weed those people out. I just don't care. I don't want them on the and the thing is, I don't want them on the show anyway.
Yeah.
Stepfire. I don't like debate panels unless it's super structured. I kind of agree with that. I can't believe I fucking guessed your job, dude.
Dude, like you really did. You're legit. I was like, holy shit. Grid got it off the bat. But honestly, it's a good fucking job, man. I mean, I got a car. I'm good.
Yeah, dude. No, there's nothing wrong with being a male guy.
Yeah, make good money and fucking. I'm single, have a house. I mean,
yeah,
got money saved up. So,
yeah,
and I got 4th of July free.
What happened today? Politics, like something. They're impeaching Biden.
What? In what?
You guys
I didn't hear the question.
I
didn't hear the question.
Impeaching Biden. So
I haven't heard anything about
it. Was
impeachment.
all over my screen today.
The impeachment has moved forward, but I think it's in the last. Weird. Oh, he sent this, and I just haven't scrolled down to it. For the record, Grid One doesn't pay me. I have to pay him via super chats for the privilege to be here. That's true, and fair, might I add, to be so near my greatness. I'm sorry, I'm being funny. I have a dossier on you. I do not. Every time I am reminded Michigan is in the East time zone, it trips me out. Also, F Arizona time I had to work with. Yeah, okay. Pay to stay. That's funny. I'm blaming Jake I'll be blaming Jake whenever my packages go missing. Yeah, all right. Cool. That's awesome.
You're all right. Jeez.
Oh, we're gonna leave that up until he gets back. He saw it and ran away. That's what it is. Jake, Clovertac sent you a message.
Oh, on Discord or
no, right here.
Oh, where? Okay, apparently not good enough money to buy a fucking AR though. No, here's the thing, dude. No, I got a plenty of money saved up. Okay, fine. I'll buy the AR soon enough. All right. I'm just asking what would be my next gun. So I'll do that. All right. He's definitely a CIA agent. Yeah. Let's go with that. That's cooler, actually.
The lore between Kat and Andrew. So here's the thing. Andrew scares Kat. Andrew's like a rocking chair to Kat.
Why is Kat so scared of Andrew? Like, has Andrew ever told her?
I have no idea. She's I think it's just his persona, his personality.
Like his presence, right? His presence.
Yeah, he's just like strong.
Well, he's Grid. Funny enough, I have a girlfriend of mine, and like she's seen the stream stuff like that. She knows who Andrew Wilson is. And I was talking to her. She said, yeah, Andrew, like every time I hear him, he's scary. He's a scary guy. And I'm like, well, why is he scary? She's like, I don't know. his voice is just so penetrating when he's like talking to people. It's just like I don't even want to have a conversation with the guy. But like that was her description of Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. I don't know why Kat is scared. I don't think that she's actually scared of Andrew Wilson. I think that she is very concerned about saying the wrong thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And kind of invoking his interest and or wrath.
Yeah.
And I think that's
dude,
closer to the truth.
That was the same breakdown with this girl. Like she was just saying, yeah, like, and she even told me this. She's like, yeah, like Andrew, he's a very attractive guy. Like she's like very attractive guy. But when he speaks, like I like the guy, but when he speaks, I'm afraid of the guy. Afraid of him.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah. Frank Black, Josie is awful. She is not made for streaming.
I disagree.
She's a little disagreeable, and that's why I don't have her on as much anymore, because she kind of argues, but she has gotten much better about it, and I think that she's really trying very hard to be to move beyond it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's true. You're right about that.
I like her voice.
Yeah.
Andrew Beast Mode Wilson. I like that.
She's quick-witted as well.
Bring Brixton to the dark side. I think he's on the dark side. I don't know that we can bring it's tough, man. He's behind enemy lines. It's tough. Yeah.
I would like my dad to debate him. That's what I like.
Andrew Beat Mode Wilson. That's funny. I think he meant Beast Mode.
Yeah, Beast Mode. He meant Beast Mode. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
He is a very effective orator. Yeah. I do have super chat links. There is, if you want to do TTS, if you want to do the text-to-speech, the text-to-speech is kind of weird right now, but you can do Streamlabs. The link is in the description of the video. It's like the second or third link down, I think. Maybe the first. No, it's the first link. First link you come to. It's right there. And you can send a super chat just right there at the bottom through YouTube, right at the bottom there. Absolutely got them. So. Absolutely. I don't have Dono chat. Look, literally, right as he says that, WND comes in clutch with the super chat link.
Yeah.
Right as he said that. There you go.
Yeah. By the way, I want to get Rob Noor on the show with Project VOPod because he's a really very smart guy. I want to get him on.
Yeah, Rob Noor is he's really
super political guy. I love his energy, man.
Yeah.
I like his wife, Andrew Wilson's wife. I didn't realize that they were married. Rachel, is that her name?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Remember I was telling you about how my kids were talking about that dumb bear scenario, the bear, the man. Yeah. So I had given them like my answer in the pool that day, and then I had Googled it, like just put it into YouTube, just search, and she popped up on the whatever, I think is what it's called, right? So she was on there, and that was the question that was posed to that whole group, and I was like, who is this chick? Like, yes, I like her. Yeah. And then was over here, and she was like, oh, that's the same girl from that whatever place. That I was like, put a duh. Andrew and Rachel Wilson, like, which is my last name as well.
So you're same last name, Wilson. Very common last name, to be honest.
Yeah,
very common last name.
Yeah. Yeah, you can really hide with that name.
Yeah, true.
But she seems very real. I liked her.
Yeah, Rachel's definitely Yeah.
But yeah, I had watched, and then once I found that one, I had watched, you know, a few other ones, like put her name in and like use that as like a tag. Just to see what all she was doing, but I had no idea that that was his wife until like a couple weeks ago. I was like, oh, no. Huh, cool.
Yeah, she's actually been on a few times. So
yeah,
she will occasionally pop in.
Yeah,
just like Andrew.
I liked
Andrew
her purview, was, you know, like what she was. She seemed really solid woman. Yeah, you know, and there needs to be so many more of them.
She's super smart. She actually, you know, is probably a better debater than Andrew is.
Yeah, she was really good on that.
There we go. I heard it.
We donated $20. Love the show, brah, especially the race videos. Keep up the good work, brah.
Awesome.
Dude, that's badass that you have that set up. That's so cool.
It's getting better. It's not 100% perfect yet, but we're getting close. That's what Glenn and I were working on that earlier, and it's just been a pain in the butt, dude. It's so hard to get it right.
Yeah.
But you know, it's you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll it's just tough, man. It's I want it to be like perfect, and it just will not get there.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, that's something you need to get a lot of fucking advice on. So that way you can just like skip out the trials and errors.
Yeah. Well, it's really the biggest problem is getting the sound from Streamlabs into StreamYard clean, and it's actually just not it's not being that way. It's just not doing it, and I want it to be there, but it's just not
cooperating. Yeah,
it's just not working, man. It's pretty terrible right now.
But it's because they're the rival companies. They don't want their shit working together, kind of thing.
That makes sense. Yeah, could be that.
The same thing with Microsoft and Apple. Like when Linux was out, they intentionally done the opposite slash, instead of being a forward slash, done a backslash for all the file names, so it wouldn't be compatible.
Yeah,
I'm actually Overtack. I'm actually using Voice Meter now. That's actually exactly what I'm messing with. I just didn't have enough time before the show. As a matter of fact, if the show had, because I really didn't have a plan for the show tonight, other than because everybody had other things to do. I was like, well, I'm just going to come on and I'll talk for a couple of hours, and then I'll go work on my my mixer and voice and sound and all that. But then we had this great show, so I just was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Stepfire, did you see Dave Smith like completely bitch out when I asked him a simple question?
That was insane, bro.
Yeah.
But
you know, so originally I thought that I came out of the gate a little hot. I was like, well,
a little passive aggressive.
Maybe I was a little too insulting, but you know, I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I'm the guy. But then I looked at it, and he was totally cool when he thought I was talking to Andrew. When I asked Andrew the question, when the mod turned around and said, no, he's asking you, Dave. That's when he just fucking lost his shit. Like, yeah. The comedian makes BBC Mike joke, says he cries out in pain. He did. Yeah. Well, look, yes. And see, I thought the same thing, Stepfire. I thought, you know what? Andrew's been pounding this guy, just beating his, you know, just literally just like nut punching him for the last hour and a half, right? Like literally just using his nuts as a
he might have rage quit in the beginning, but
I thought he was really close.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, it was so, but he had calmed down. They were having a really good conversation, I thought. And I really didn't think it was that bad. I really did think his arguments were good. They just weren't effective because
all you said that you lost. That's it.
Yeah,
You
that
said
was what
you
I really.
lost.
The big thing was is I literally drew a line in the sand saying, "You lost."
Yeah.
Fuck, I love this. I like this guy too. We've had a lot of really cool dudes and girls in the chat tonight. He would have violated the NAP if he could have at that moment. That's not a very good libertarian. That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of new names.
Yeah. I did not expect the onslaught of cope after that. I didn't either, and it was and it inspired me to create a new product. 100% copium.
Damn.
Mixed with liberal tears, crushed hopes and dreams, and pure mineral salt. So.
Oh, you're gonna put that on the periodic table, will you? Right in the center of it.
So I'm actually have a T-shirt coming out that's going to be a white or off-white, like this is an off-white T-shirt, like similar to this, with a vintage medicine bottle that's like tipped over, and it has it'll have the 100% pure copium on it, and with the ingredients listed as 100% copium mixed. Yeah,
copium.
Is it organic? Obviously not. So yeah. The T-shirts will be available soon. Don't worry. They're coming. Don't worry. So one of the things that I have not seen the Shapiro debate. I have not. The interesting thing is that I've been, of course, you get to a certain point, you start thinking, well, I got to have merch, I got to have hats, I got to have shirts, got to have hoodies, got to have all this stuff.
Oh.
And I started out down this typical road. I already own the Grid One, the art for Grid One Motorsports. I've owned that for 10 years plus, and I could do something with an Unreasonable Man. I probably won't, but I was listening. I went back to my motorsports kind of mentality, and we never really put the team name. I mean, we didn't do anything but put the team name on the shirts, but a lot of the shirts we made had like that actually sold, that people actually wanted, were just funny shirts about, where we crashed, or the guy sitting there throwing his helmet across the track or some shit like that. And I'm like, that's what we're going to do here is I'm going to take a bunch of the emojis, especially like the 100% copium, frag out. There's definitely going to be a frag out T-shirt. That's got to happen. And a bunch of other T-shirts. And I should get Jim Bob on. I've invited him many, many times. He's just busy, and he has a life. Shockingly, he has a life, and he abides by it. Oh, that's the wrong one. He pulled the cheap. Who are you? Oh yeah, who are you? Well, who the fuck are you? I'd never heard of Dave Smith before that night. I was like, who the fuck is Dave Smith? The Libertarian Party is a joke of a party.
Come on, bro.
But do they party? Is the question. If they're going to be a joke, they need to at least party.
They need to at least fucking have a good time.
Right. Right.
At least.
Go first. Full circle. You have the right to party.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that was funny.
I don't like that song though. It's annoying.
He had too much.
It made me think of it earlier.
All right, guys. It is 12:15. I am going to call it a night. I really actually I have one super. I missed the super chat coming in. Oh no, it went TTS. That's why I can't find it. I was like, I know there was one. Yeah, it went TTS. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. Please, if you have not already, like, subscribe, do all the things that I always forget to tell people to do. Normally, I have somebody else to do that, and the mods do a great job because I certainly won't fucking remember it. And but we do need it because it does help all of the algorithms and all of the things that I don't actually care about beyond just making it better for my life. One last question before we leave. My question is, if your political party is anti-government, why waste resources on candidates instead of spreading the philosophy? That's actually a really good question.
I think that can be applied to any party, really.
Yeah.
You know, in a way.
True.
Yeah.
Jess is in the house. Horse girl Jess. With those of us who know horse girls understand what that entails. Anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I was going to redirect you somewhere, but I didn't see anybody live right now. Maybe Speakeasy is live. Is he live? Let me see if I can get you guys to Easy. I actually, that'll be fine. Let's see. 1 second.
iFi is also live. If you wanted to redirect
that guy.
Nah,
if that is actually a guy, I'm no longer convinced that is a guy. He's using a voice modulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely is.
He rage quit not that long ago, but whatever.
He did. Yeah, like a couple hours ago, right?
Yeah. You're welcome for that entertainment, by the way, chat.
I missed that, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah, so that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, Speak is live. Glenn's not.
Yeah, Glenn is not live.
No, he's not.
That's okay. That's all right. All right, guys. I'm going to end the stream. I'll redirect you over to Speak. You guys have a great 4th of July. Grill some raw meat up into
barbecue.
Try me on.
Food. And we'll see you guys back here on. So normally I do a Thursday afternoon podcast. I probably won't
take the day off.
I will have the day off. However, Friday afternoon, maybe not, but definitely Friday evening. And to all of you guys, get off my lawn. It's time to go home. Get out of here. You can go anywhere, but you can't stay.